Richard, we need to do an introduction. Ready? Tell us when you're ready. Ready to go. Scott.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to make a start. Once again, Ronald Charles has not warmed up. Legs will die. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, commentators, have this here. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, come together. We want to tell you this is the beginning of the national race 2025. We have the juniors will be going to Olio and back, two guys. Right, am I correct?
We see a very pleasant good morning to you, our listeners on Carry FM, those of us who are tuned in on various frequencies, and also on the Facebook Live this morning. We're here for the final race of the cycling season, the national race, which will take us from the Marboys Bar all the way down to the car bridge, back into Roseau on the Isilo Black Bridge. We'll turn, get back to the Kenfield Airport, and we will end at the Marboys Bar. And there we have Mr. Ronald Charles, the president of the Dominica Association, as is giving the start of this.
They're going to call you on back. Enjoy all yourselves. All right? Enjoy all yourself. Mr. Cotson, my number is number 29. That's the same number I'm going to come out. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to call on Pastor. All right, somebody to lead us in prayer. Yeah, thank you.
Just going through the formality at the entrance, we saw the president, Mr. Ronald Charles, giving it.
Well, let's pray. Father, we thank you for this is the day that you have made, and we rejoice and be glad in it. I thank you for a wonderful day. I thank you for every cyclist, Lord. I thank you for the opportunity that the young people can show forth the skills and the talent that you have given them. Lord, we thank you for your angels that will protect us. We thank you for divine protection. Dispatch your angels to protect every on this journey this today, Father, Lord God. We give you all the praise. Cover us with your blood from the crown of our head to the very sole of our feet. And we give you all the praise and all the glory in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. You should open a church soon. Okay. Let me give the basic rules just for one.
Yeah, well, we actually went for the rules on Friday. So, guys, keep on the left side of the road at all times. I know sometimes when fatigue kicks in and we have to climb those hills, some of us tend to go left and right on the road. Try to keep on the left side of the road. Do not go on the right side of the road. Okay? Now remember, between here, what boy? Between Marboys Bar and Layu, there will be no feeding on the side of the road or feeding from vehicles. You can feed from your whatever you have on your bike. Also, too, on your way back, from the time you pass Layu, you cannot take water from anybody after that point. Okay, so it's whatever you have on your bike you have to use. Keep that in mind. Let's have a safe race. Be safe on the road. Watch each other, even if try not to ride too close to each other. And just stay safe, all right? May God bless.
Thank you. For, again, all the people who are following the race, no vehicle should pass the cyclist. You understand that? The peloton. You see the big group? Even if you are a support vehicle, the only vehicle that will be close to the cyclist is the media people, will be just at the back, followed by this red van, which will be the lead vehicle. No vehicle should pass that vehicle. Do you all understand? That is Adele's vehicle. Adele is a commercial. Ray Charles is a commercial. Odera Baron is a commercial. So these people will be watching what's going on and taking little notes to make sure things go nice. I want to take this opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, to again say thank you to our platinum sponsor. Put your hands together for Dominica Olympic Committee. Of course, our gold sponsor, KFC Dominica, Ronald Charles and Associates, Lord Chambers, Josephine Gabriel and Company Limited, HHV Whitchurch and Company Limited, HMS Eye Center Inc. Of course, our silver sponsors and partners, Fresh Market, thank you, Auto Trade Limited, AC Shillingford and Company Limited, Daily Fresh, where you get local juice, nicer than you've never gotten it before, Greens Wholesale Limited. Of course, other sponsors include Fine Foods Inc., Macmillan Filling Station, Jungle Bay Resort, Quick Care Pharmacy. Special thanks to our commentators. Of course, Kyrie FM, Dominica Police Force, Richie Media Services, Red Cross. Of course, more St. Alpha Scout Troop, Jolly's Pharmacy. My boy, put your hands together for Our Lady of Love. Fruits and Flowers Plus, Q95, Kyrie FM, Pioneer Athletics Club, Volunteers Ray, Henderson Gustav, commentators. And again, thank you guys. May God bless you.
Yeah, just a little correction there. If you are following your rider and your rider is up front, your rider has left the pack, you can go and follow your rider. So if your rider is significantly ahead of the pack, you can go ahead and follow your rider. Also, too, the support vehicles, you can keep your radios on Kyrie, so at least you can know what's going on with the race. So that might be a good thought. All right.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, the last thing we want to say for the police officers and all the support vehicles. Anytime somebody reached Cabritz and they have gone past 3 hours, their neck gone. Meaning, therefore, you take their bike and you take them and you put them on the vehicle. Because at the end of the day, it is 4 hours and 30 minutes is the maximum time you will be allowed on the road. So the lead vehicle might give you a signal, say, hey, cut it off. Because you can't be going up Mount Espanol when Gitson and them coming down Layu. That can't make sense. So we'll cut you off. So remember that. Police officers, also, when you see them and you look at the time, 9 o'clock, so it means 9, 10, 10, 10, 11, 12, 1. So you see around 1:30, anybody you see on the route coming back down, and they somewhere like call you and this thing, neck, put them on a vehicle, bring them down here. All right, we got to go. So the route, for those last time for the elites, you go up to Cabritz, you turn around the thing, and when you reach there, there'll be some food. So eat something. And then you come down. When you reach here, you continue to go onto the bridge, the first bridge, and then you go across to the other bridge. Not the one by the Chinese down there, the one before. Okay, the second one, the one in the middle. Then you come up so, and then you go down to the airport. You turn, and then this would be your final journey home. All right, put your hands together for our soul woman rider, Miss Sempa. Put your hands together for her. She going Layu and back. So what I want is, out of the police officers, what we want you to do, or any of the support vehicles, just support her to let her turn to go back. All right? And then we do not want to leave her by herself. So please, Odera, you are coming here too. So you have your support team. All right, Ray. All right, and of course, Adele. But however, for the young lady, the police officer in Layu, somebody have to make sure she come back. All right, we got to go. All right, so somebody do the countdown, the official timer, Pioneers Club. So you do the countdown up to from 10, 9, and you go like that. All right, thank you. May God bless.
Of the national race, Scotty, and we are going to start.
What I'm saying is,
we're going to start. Still taking some instructions from. Still taking instructions from.
don't worry too much about it. When I say that you're a commissaire, I'm just telling you to observe what is going on. That's all. I don't asking you to do no extra duty. The same thing for Ray. Just observe and take note. And for all those that will be there. All right. Thank you.
we are now seeing the cyclists. Scotty, we are now seeing the cyclists. They are now on the starting line and observing now the race has officially started. As we see them get into the saddle.
Yeah, you can see the bunch moving out here. It's Sunday and it's the national race. Gonna be a big race going down to Portsmouth, Cambridge, and back into town. They turn around Isilu Bridge, come out by the bridge at San Francisco, get back to Canefield and come. They finish the race back at my boys. So good morning, Yudi, and how you keeping?
Yes, good morning, Scotty. It is a pleasure to be there. Albeit it is the final race. I have not been at the cycling races for the season. We've had 5 of them so far. The first one, it took us from 8 laps from the Marbois Bar to the Canefield area. Then we had the second one. It was 2 laps from the Marbois Bar to Layo. The third one, we went down to Collio. The fourth one, it was a summit finish up at Bellevue, starting at starting at Marbois Bar, and then we had one 2 weeks ago, I think, and that was in Portsmouth. The 5 races that went in the season prior to this, the final national race, Scotty. And so I am happy to be there with you. I know you probably would have struggled all by yourself during those races.
There was a serious race where we went down to Portsmouth and turned from Cambridge, and I mean, that was a marathon because remember that's almost was like 20 miles away from the starting point. But it was co-op, all the way co-op really had very little competition on that race. Only Marius was really gaining some competition, but he had a incident where one of his tires got defective and that put him out. So Marius has won 3 races straight really in that tournament, and he cycled up events for 2025, and I think it's this race here, the national race. I think we were fit Marius and his all his systems in place, his bicycles in order. I think we will have a very competitive race today.
Well, yes, you did mention that Marius Koath would have been absent for a while. We all know him to be Dominica's elite cyclist. We've also missed for the season Johnny Kazimi, who is down there in Trinidad studying law. Very young guy, but very accomplished at his early age. Currently, he's out of state. Hopefully, what I am aware of is he has gotten back in the saddle now that he's on break from school, and we're probably expecting him to be cycling the next time the national team goes out. And I think that should be in the how do I say it, the Jaunty race in Anguilla. So hopefully we should be hearing of
Johnny
Kazimi. But it's nice that we have the likes of Gibson Marius and Stephen Carbon and the young guy. As a matter of fact, it's been a while we have seen such a large number of cyclists on the road, and the numbers are not, the faces are not the similar faces that we knew in times past, like Hayden Mills and Edison Rudet and those guys there from so we're starting to see the growth of the sport, and we are happy to have that. But you did make mention of the tire issues, and I'm not sure if you noticed that Ronald Charles, whose number is 29 and said he's going to come out 29th, I'm not sure if you noticed that as soon as the race started, he rode just about 3 meters and then stopped because there's an issue with his tire, and I'm not sure if he's going to rejoin, but it would have been a pleasure to know what he is about with that race, Scotty.
Yeah, well, that would be a bad incident that if he just commences the race within a minute that he has to pull out of the race because of a defective tire. And I know Ronald, he loves to be competitive. He loves his racing. But sometimes I tell him he need to take a pause and just maybe enjoy people, see the people race. Because I pass him most of the time on the road practicing. He's a guy that on the road 3-4 times during the week, Beauty. So he's doing cycling all the time. But it's good to see that veterans like Daddy Chess is in that race also. Chester Lacy and Ronald Charles, they have been in the cycling business in inception.
From day one, yes.
Yeah. So they have been putting a lot of energies into developing this sport in Dominica. And I think cycling can go, it can go far. It can go far and present a lot of opportunities to a lot of young people. That's why I was been saying that I need to see more young people coming into these races.
Well, we have in front of us Rachel Semper. Rachel Semper is the lone female. She's there dressed in yellow, and she's the lone female in the race this morning. However, this race this morning is actually a free prone race. We have the women, and she's the lone female. She will ride from Maboyd's Bascotti all the way to Layu and back, and then we have the younglings. The two is made up of Carlton and Ross Semper. So Ross Semper and Elroy Carlton, their race will take them to Collio and back.
Semper,
And,
so these two youngsters just going to reach Collio and come back. And the whole of the other race now, they're gonna be going right down to the Cabris area. And that includes the masters, the riders in the masters category, and the elite riders. Do you have the list of this list?
Yes, I do have the list. We have Gibson Marius, Isel Green. I'm not sure if I saw Isel Green this morning. Stephen Carbon, Ronald Charles, Chester Later, Desmond Prosper, Levi Barron, Philip Eugene, who we just dropped. He has been dropped significantly. And the Ezekiel Roye and Koath Baron. Koath Baron, he started the race with a little bit higher pace than the others, and he made an early break from the pack. He was then chased by Gibson Marius, and with the chase, we saw the reactions of Chester and Levi and the others. And what it has done, it has actually separated the peloton. So we've as of now dropped two athletes, but now we're seeing among the two drop are Ezekiel Roye and I'm not sure who this other rider is, but these two have been dropped, and then we have the main pack, and ahead of the main pack, I suppose are Koath Baron and Gibson Marius.
I say when they did an early attack, what is this in the recent language, that they decide to go on the attack and they try to move out, try to put some distance between them and the pack. So let us see how they can sustain that lead. And these riders, I say, they have to be able to plan the race and plan it properly, because this is really one of the longest. That actually is the longest race in the cycling calendar, where they go to Portsmouth and then they come back to Roseau, turn around the Isilo Black Bridge, come across the bridge down by Fanso. I think they're going to be naming that bridge soon after one of the Labour stalwarts. And we get that information for you later down. And then we're going to go down to Canefield Union, back to Maboyd. So you have to plan that race properly.
Well, yes. Success comes with planning. It's a thing that we know, and in cycling in particular, there must be some tactical moves that you have to make, and I'm seeing some tactical moves already. Chester later is with Koaf up top, and Levi Barron is just sitting there with the rest of the pack, general pack, the peloton. That for me is a strategic move. Koaf is within the peloton, so ahead are two other individuals. I was wondering why Gibson Marius has found himself in the pack, but he is just staying there with Koaf Baron so he could monitor what is happening, conserve some energy, and all these are tactical moves. Levi Baron probably is getting warm because they warmed up this morning, and they had a long break before the actual start of the race, and that may be part of the strategies that are being employed. Koath for me is warm. He stayed through the warming process throughout, so I know that Levi Baron up top as part of the leading pack Those are strategic moves. But you're right. We have to plan that race properly if you are to be successful.
So we're not crossing while we have transgressed the MAMS area. We're just in the Masak village here, just passing the in a case to name this facility after the Right Honorable Raymond Blackmore, because I know there are a lot of energies he put in getting that facility established here at Masak. So as we go through the Masak area from Ajay going up the hill, this is the first major climb, UD. It's a like a tight climb that will take you over the cemetery area and down into the Les Point area.
Well, I am not sure how tight a climb that is, but what we're saying is at the back of the peloton are probably 3 of the top riders, the Levi Baron, Koath Baron, and Gibson Marius. So the other riders, they have decided to climb it up rather quickly, I must say, so they are not dropped too early. That probably is part of the strategy that we're seeing there. Ezekiel Roy, he is now with the general pack. He would have regrouped. He and Eugene, they would have regrouped with the peloton, but they are now being dropped again as they try to reach the brow of the hill there in Fromage Masak. But Scotty, just to the right of us, riding that route, I have a lot of scenic and historical landmarks, and one of these is the St. Anne's Catholic Church. It's well over 100 years old building, and we apologize for not being able to see through the cameras, but that area there is a historic area.
Well, this is a Catholic area in Masak. This church historically served the whole of the parish of St. Paul, actually. So you had the Masak
gradients, and we're seeing some of the cyclists doing little attacks, or some of them struggling to keep up. We're now seeing Ross Semper, albeit he's traveling to Collio and is not part of the elite race, Scotty. We're seeing him trying to stay with the other elite riders like Koath Baron, Desmond Prosper, Gibson Marius, Stephen Carbon, Koath Baron, these guys there, and Ross Semper, Koath Baron, these guys there, and Ross Semper is staying with him. Staying with them.
I think Ross is a cyclist you have to look for in the future. He looks very competent. He looks very strong. He's a good climber, and at his age, we could see that he has been making to become one of our elite riders very soon, Yudi.
Yes, Scotty, but I've been paying attention to him as he moves. He is riding a bike that with no clips. That's one. And so his form on the pedal is not as you'd expect from an elite cyclist. You also see him when he's riding, his upper body is moving quite a lot, which suggests that he's using a lot of energy throughout the process as compared to a Koath Baron, which is just in front of him, who is very stable with the upper body, conserving energy. And so with some coaching, Scotty, we would expect the likes of Ross Semper to become a much better rider. But you can see the raw talent. That is something that we have in Dominica over and over in many a different sport.
But you have to identify the athletes and train them and coach them and guide them properly. Well, it's good to see that even in the when they went in 2016, 2017, Koath Baron and was actually, I think he dethroned this guy.
While you're trying to get some information, Scotty, we just saw at the Les Point, just leaving Les Point area, as we went up, we saw the dropping of Elroy Carlton. And he has regrouped, so which suggests that he is able to respond. He probably is not the best climber that we see, but apparently on the flat, he can really reel himself back in and stay there. So he has the making of a sprinter, Scotty, and we would like to see these young men develop. But more so, what I'd really love to see is some good coaching. and maybe I'm not sure the Dominica Cycling Association should start to do as part of its capacity building measures in sending some of our elite or older cyclists, those with the interest and knowledge of the sport, to go into coaching so we could get our young people who are in the saddles to become better riders.
Better riders. But going back to the history of this association, they become a member of the as the World Council of International Council of Cycling in 2016, and they were founded actually. The first major event there was in 2015. But in 2016, Hayden Mills was the champion. Hayden Mills, Hayden Mills.
Sure.
Yeah.
Hayden Mills was Dominica's elite cyclist for many years.
And then he was dethroned in 2017 by Baron, Coab Baron. Coab had moved from being a junior rider into the elite stage. And in 2017, he dethroned Hayden Mills. And the other uprising star where is Ajani Kazimi as the junior champion. Ajani himself have won a number of races, and I think now, as you say, he's out doing some studies, but he's really and right now reached the elite stage, and I think he has a lot of potential again to become a major star in cycling in Dominica.
Well, yes, Ajani is a very disciplined individual, and his discipline has seen him soared to the top of cycling in Dominica. In the absence of Kuath Baron, Ajani Kazimi is the best thing since sliced bread. And with Ajani and Kuath in the same race, Dominica would certainly be looking forward to see a spectacle. Unfortunately, Kazimi is out of state, and he is not in the national race this morning. He has not been on the national scene for a while, maybe just about 2 years. We had not seen much of him last year. I think it might be a case of illness that might have caused that. But now we saw him leaving our shores last year for the start of the school academic year, and he traveled to Trinidad, where he's studying law at the at St. Augustine at this very tender age of just 16 years.
Yeah, because I find he's studying law at a very early age. Because last year we was looking for him, he was actually studying for his CXC. I think that was he was involved basically in doing CXCs, and he really avoided most of the races.
I'm not sure CXC was the reason why he was out. I think he might have been maybe ill, because Ajani is disciplined. Ajani in fourth form at SMA, he would have done some A levels as well as the GCs. CX we call it, or CSET. He would have done those things, and while he was traveling the world, he would have done races all over in France. He would have done multiple races in France. He would have done races in Venezuela. So, and during those periods, he was actually doing stuff while he was still at school, with the brunt of things. So it's not because of school Ajani was really out. Ajani was out during this cycling season because he was at school in Trinidad. But he's a very disciplined individual who knows how to balance his time. And I think maybe we should use him a little bit more to become an ambassador to the sport, to encourage our young people to recognize that sports and sports and academics can really go hand in hand. We now see an attack there by Coath Baron going up that little hill in
Come to me area.
in Jim, it's come to me, as you say. And Baron has attacked. Following him are Gibson Marius and his dad, Levi Baron. Chester Layton is the one who is the leader of the race. He is way ahead. And I'm sure that is a tactical move there by the Street Falcons, keeping the stronger athletes at the back, where we'll get the rest of the competitors to stay to gauge who their competition really is. Chess not being the best of climbers as compared to the likes of Coath and Levi Baron.
Yeah.
And so he probably would have gone ahead to deal with hills like these. That's not a very long hill, very small. But when he would have done it before the others, while the others are still there, it gives him an opportunity to be ahead. And we just see the split of the peloton. Really and truly, the race is now between Gibson Marius, Coath Baron, Levi Baron, and Daddy Chess later, who is all the way up top.
Well, Street Fighter, Street Falcons look like they're on the attack here. They're moving down the hill at what do you call it? Oh my God, that's the Lepo area. Just at the on the top of Tar Road, this is a hill that goes down the Mount Harbat, going down Harbat there quickly, and they're really accelerating downhill. And during that descent, we take them right down into the Butler McGuire area in the Hillsborough area. It's pure flat from there.
Yes, we're gonna see the flat from now, maybe just about a mile and a half, 2 miles at most. And when we get into Layu, and then we will get that climb. It's not much of a climb from Layu going up to the Isaiah Thomas Secondary School.
But you're passing through the community now of Taro. Taro looks very cool today because they're usually on the road waving the cyclists, and it's good to see that it's Sunday morning. And I think most people know it's Father's Day actually. I wish you happy Father's Day, Dominica, and happy Father's Day to all fathers around the world, because fatherhood youth is not an easy task. It takes a lot of energy out to you, it takes a lot of work out to you, but we have to say congratulations to all the fathers that have been doing the human job in really developing and producing proper human beings for the world.
All right, we can now see the head of the race, Scotty. Chester in the distance, just about 150 meters ahead of Koath Baron, and Koath is reeling himself back in to be at the top of the race. We just dropped also Gibson Marius and Levi Baron.
Daddy Chess continues to lead the race.
Yes, Daddy Chess continues to lead the race. He is just about 150 meters or 200 meters away from Koath Baron, and but what I think should have happened was Gibson Marius probably should have kept it a bit. He is a very slim guy, and he's a climber by his build, and he has demonstrated in the past when he first broke up onto the scene in 2023 that he is a climber, and we're gonna get some hills now in short time.
Yeah.
And we're gonna have this hill from Layu to go up to the Isaiah Thomas Secondary School area, and then we're gonna have a flat. We're gonna go down into St. Joseph in the science area and to go up the hill. We can already see Daddy Chess looking back, trying to see where the other cyclists are. I thought maybe, just maybe, that Gibson Marius should have stayed with Koath Baron instead of staying with Levi.
Okay.
And that move for me very early up is one that just okay. Gibson Marius is just wanting to be on the top of the podium. We expect Gibson Marius, in spite of, to be on top of the podium. We expect Koath to really be number one.
Yeah.
But among the three, we expect Marius to be one of them. I am thinking that Marius, Koath is now here, joining Chess, and is passing Chess, so he's not really keeping up with Chess. So if Marius had stayed with Koath, then you would now have a situation where Marius could gauge his position for second place with now Daddy Chess. Daddy Chess is meaning business. Daddy Chess has been training. Daddy Chess would have opted to not take part in certain activities just to preserve himself for the national race. I'm not sure if you remembered, last year, the day before the national race was the National Bank of Dominica's sports day. And Daddy Chess, being a sportsman where he is, who plays basketball and all the other sports, he was part of it. And then the very day after, he had to jump into the saddle for the national race, and that cost him the race. And so this year, he opted, in spite of yesterday being the bank's sports day where he works, he opted not to be part of those activities.
I think he learned his
so he
lessons.
could present himself fresh in this race. And so Daddy Chess is eyeing, well, if I am not the top, I'm definitely probably being a silver medalist this afternoon. And so Marius missed that opportunity to really steal it away from.
Well, we hope Marius can come forward and join Co-op at the front, because he has as you say, there's another major climb here, because it was basically on a flat from the time you leave Taro down the downhill at Taro Harbour to reach the Taro village to right here to the junction of Layo St. Joseph Junction Road. We're on the EO Libla Highway, by the way, and so they now going to have this climb where they are going to go up past the Isaiah Thomas Secondary School on the right, and then they will descend down into St. Joseph. So we hope that he can get his act together, Marius, and put himself on his way to really compete here with Co-op this morning.
Yeah, but Daddy Chase would have been the leader of the race from the very start. We are now into the Layu area, and he has passed the baton on to our next Street Falcon in Coath Baron. Now we're looking at Daddy Chase, and we spoke about his ability to climb earlier on. He was not with the group that was climbing up in Jimit Hill, but we can see he's in a low gear already, not all that very low, based on the cadence that he's pushing and the amount of power he's using on those pedals. But we can see he's not the best of climbers. And at that early stage, I wished just for the camaraderie and for the competition in the sport that Gibson Marius is there, but Gibson Marius is really climbing. He is just about 75 meters away from Daddy Chess, and he is at the back of us. Not sure if the cameras can get it, but he and Levi are there. Levi is the better climber between he and Daddy Chess, and they are climbing. He Marius is with Levi. So we should see the ranks of the race changing, except if they decide to bunch together in a group of three when we go up that hill in St. Joseph, going up Sias to go above.
I think Gibbs is playing that race also. He's sticking to Levi for a while, but I suspect when he reaches closer to St. Joseph, he might press on the pedal and try and clear that hill at St. Joseph.
He is already there. Just look over your right shoulder, and you should see him. He's now passing Daddy Chess. So as we said, we did not have to go. So we just
Levi said, "Right Chess, you can take a rest now." as Levi try to keep up with barriers, and I tell you, I see the down to St. Joseph in the Ochobando area to see whether he can clear that hill into Beru. So this is where the battle gonna be. So by that time he can really be close to Coa Baron.
All right. Well, the climbing, I guess you see, Gibson Marius is being trained by May Etienne. May Etienne is a cyclist with international acclaim and international experience coming out of London, and she is doing a tremendous job in passing on the baton to our new cyclists or young youthful cyclists in the people like Gibson Marius. And so I'm sure his reactions are based upon the instructions, and so we're seeing a tactical race there between Gibson Marius and Levi Baron.
So Marius is heading down, passing the St. area, just in the high school area where some construction work is being done on the roadway, and I think very soon they'll be able to complete that area where a box culvert is being developed for St. Joseph. And Marius are really trying to open some distance between he and Levi. And I think Mario is going to be heading right down to the bridge down at Ochobando, Sias area, and then he see whether he can clear that hill and catch up with Coa Baron on top of that bow that hill, Yudi.
Yes, well, I am not sure how strong Gibson Marius is to drop Levi. I'm not sure if it's a prudent move also for him to drop Levi at that stage, because there's still a lot of riding to take place. Coath is ahead.
St. Joseph here, Marius trying to pull away from Levi Baron. And as you say, Marius is jockey build, is slim build, body build rider. And this guy to me always remind me of these jockeys when I used to go to Cayman's Park in Jamaica to look at horse racing, where you have these huge horses and these little light jockeys on them. So the lighter you are them, is the better for you. And Marius is like he's making his way uphill, and we still can see Coaf in the foreground because Coaf is maybe on the descent to going down in the Mario area, but we are the back side of St. Joseph. This is actually the back area. Lemon and Rudy, I look like we gonna have an interesting race here this morning.
Yes, I is for all things to remain equal. No unforeseen circumstances such as flat tires and so forth, no accidents. But I am loving to see what I'm seeing ahead of me. The development that has taken place in Gibson Marius. Gibson Marius, when he burgeoned on the scene in 2023, it was for me a nice thing. And he has maintained his physique. He has become a stronger bodied individual because we go up Tet Alemon in St. Joseph. He climbed that hill with so much ease that it forced him to drop Levi. And Levi is nowhere to be seen anymore. And he seems to be doing that so easily. But what he has also done, Scotty, is maintain his body structure. Very often when we see young men of that nature, because they lack the discipline, then they don't eat to see them putting on weight in the wrong places. But we have not seen that. And so after climbing that hill, Gibson Marius has been able to really just fly in that with that kind of speed, continue so quickly. He's traveling. I'm going to try to gauge his velocity in a while. We're still accelerating. We're still accelerating about 60 kilometers per hour. So I will try to gauge his velocity when it's constant to give our listeners an idea, because we're now dropped all the way down to 40. To give the listeners an idea of how fast he's moving. But after climbing the hill with such speed, and that is a steep hill, Scotty, it's testament of the development that is taking place in Gibson Marius.
I must say I was very impressive with this young rider, because he has been going from strength to strength. We just passed him, and we're looking to see if we can get ahead to reach Coaf to find out where he is. Because we in the Mero area, just coming down to maybe the Cuba Road there in Mero, and we are telling the motorists in Dominica we are having a national races taking place. So there are some cyclists on the road. There's police escort at the front, so be careful. We don't want to have no incident. The riders are keeping to the left side of the road. We are going down to Cabrits in the Portsmouth area to make a turn, and Coaf is still heading forward. I can see a glimpse of him in the foreground here. Yudi, look at Coaf, the lone rider, continue to lead.
Well, as you said, Scotty, from since 2016, when Coaf went on top of cycling in Dominica, he has been there. Yeah. And any of these long races that we have, all the way up top. And today is no different. I would have hoped to see he and Gibson Marius working together in race conditions. So when they go out to represent Dominica, then they would be able to work together, but more so having learned from each other. But Coaf Baron, he is doing tremendously well as we go down into the Makushui area.
Well, Baron, I must say, has developed in terms of physically, because maybe 3 years ago his body was much slimmer. He's looking much more, in terms of muscle mass, his legs are looking bigger, his arms are bigger. He looks much stronger, Duty. He looks like he has been in the gym for a while, because he told me he was in Colombia not too long doing some races there, and he has learned a lot from his experience there in the South American area. So Coaf has been exposed to a lot of cycling opportunities, and that's why we're telling these young people that there's hope in cycling for them.
Yes, Coaf is a good example. You mentioned him being in Colombia. We're looking at the Caribbean basin. Colombia is one of the top cycling areas as it relates to elite cycling that we could get, and so we're happy for him. He has also spent time in other world helping. He is what I wished we had more of, was more,
Yeah, well, we're going for, I think he participated in the World Championship in 2022, So Baron is quite experienced in terms of cycling, and for his age, he has developed in a short manner, and maybe in a 3 to 4 year span, rapidly, as we just clearing the St. Teresa Catholic Church here in the Salisbury area. Some cars gathered around the church. It's Sunday morning, and quite a few people now still go to church, particularly in these villages in Dominica, Yuri. Although sometimes in the urban area, I find that the church population is kind of dwindling. So we hope that you can see more people going out to church, going to serve God, being a sort of reference either Saturday or Sunday morning, go and give God some praises.
Well, you mentioned that, and it's a different conversation altogether. But I think globally, the church, and I'm not when I say the church, I'm not talking about no specific denomination.
Okay.
The church, we are seeing less of Dominica being a Catholic state. I remember going to any Catholic church in Dominica, anywhere, you would see a lot of people at church. That is changing. But it's good to know that in some of the communities like Salisbury, where we are currently, persons are still in the pews, and we saw the number of vehicles parked outside St. Teresa's Church. So it's a good thing, Scotty. I think having God as part of our lives is the best things that we can do. But
Steve does remind me, there's the technology now, they stay online and they go to church. But I personally don't think that feel is good where I have to stay online and taking service. I like to be inside that church, really participating.
Well, when we look at the biblical aspect of things, Sabbath was the day of holy convocation.
Yeah.
Take out the Sabbath in it. Church is supposed to be a holy convocation, and a convocation really is a gathering of people. And so I too, like you, I am not necessarily for the church online. When you cannot, it's good that you can feed your mind with some spiritual food. But the convocation is a necessary. We need it. That learn more from people. You go to
and
church.
I think it build up better camaraderie.
Yeah.
Relationships build up better that way too, because it's this impersonal thing where to me you're missing out. You're missing out on life. We in the Grand Savannah area.
No, we're seeing a signal there, and maybe us as the media could just ease up a while.
Water.
He needs water. Koaf is asking for water, and we're seeing the comments here. Odera, that's a system support vehicle. Is support vehicle is bringing water for him. For cooling down his body. You see, vehicles have engines and they overheat, and they have a radiator to cool them down. And when you are a cyclist, you too are the engine of the vehicle. And so sometimes you need the cooling down, and we saw Koaf doing that. And all that comes with the experience that you have cycling, Scotty.
Yeah, Koaf is I tell his experience, and he knows the importance of water to his in his race, because he needs water basically to quench his thirst, but he also needs water to cool down his body. And it's getting very hot now. We are now in the month of June. This is the hurricane season. The summer is on, because your summer solstice is coming. June 21st is the longest day, so it's around very soon. And the heat index is rising. I hope we don't get no major storm this year because the heat index is rising.
Let's pray that our blessing continues. We saw some rain early in June. Usually when it is not so hot, we have a better, more how do I say it, a less active hurricane season.
But you had a serious amount of rain in May.
Yeah.
May usually is
It's
a very dry
very,
month.
very dry and hot
What
month.
we call a kawem. You understand?
Yeah.
But this year there was no kawem in Dominica. And I could get up and see everywhere looking green during the month of May, because actually we had rain from every single day in the month of May. There was rain. So we could see the climate is changing. There are some skeptics that think that this is not true, but the science will tell us over the years the earth is getting warmer and we need to be prepared for this more intense storm, particularly we, Dominica and those little islands are right in the middle of the Caribbean Sea. And we're going down through the community of what, Kulibistri now?
Yes, we just saw Coaf going down Grand Savan in excess of 60 kilometers per hour, and that used that to separate himself, distance himself even further from the followers in that race. I tried to look over the distance and see if there were any signs of Marius or Baron or later in the distance, and that was not the case. So Coaf, as he has always done, has been ahead all by himself for a while after he dropped Chester in the Hillsborough Gardens area.
Yeah. And also the Marius was dropped on just in the mirror. So it's all co-op as you go through the community of Kulibistri. Some spectators on the ground there, egging on some of the riders on. And we're going to pass the lion's mouth, what they call the Gel Lion. So he's almost approaching this rock that actually looked like the head of a lion, protruded into the sea. It's a landmark for Dominica on the Oli Blanc. The highway.
Scotty, growing up as a little boy, when I would come to spend time in St. Joseph, I always look forward to getting this headshot. That is the jelly, or that has always been an attraction to me. It still is, and no wonder people talk about it so much.
Yeah.
It just looks like the mouth of a lion and the head of a lion, and that is just so beautiful.
But what is amazing, the engineers, when they was doing that road, they actually cut through that rock there, but they preserved the head. You understand? Because if you look at it before, it was one mass going into the sea.
Yeah.
And actually they cut the road right through it, and they preserved that section of it. But I must say, I must congratulate I was saying friends like Tyrell and them in the St. Joseph area. I don't know if you know these guys. Those were the guys who was a little boy that cut that road with D4s. Little bulldozers. Look at the height they used to take this road, this thing from, and bring it down. And I must say these guys were really good at the craft.
Well, yes,
we have the infrastructure already in place to get those things happening here. Coordination and collaboration is critical to get it done. And as you're saying, we can use the island as that type of a model where you can use it for even practicing for international cyclist competition. So we don't have resources. We have there are too many resources that we're not using in this country.
You see, people think of the resources as physical every
you want
time.
gold and diamond alone?
Yeah,
No,
but then we'll have Sunday morning ride. Well, no pun intended, because this is Sunday morning.
Sunday.
But for Baron, as he is by himself, he's been by himself for weeks.
Yeah, so Baron riding at a steady pace, maintaining a good pace. So we have not talked about our sponsors. So you want to rattle the names of the sponsors?
Yes, Scotty. We want to just say thanks to these organizations and individuals for making this morning's race possible. The Dominica Olympic Committee, the platinum sponsors. Among the gold sponsors are the KFC Dominica, Ronald Charleston Associates, Josephine Gabriel and Company Limited, HHV Research and Company Limited, and HMS IKEA. That's Halsborough Medical, I think. That is the IKEA, the Halsborough Medical area.
Okay.
Then we have the silver sponsors and partner is the Fresh Market, Auto Trade Limited, AC Shilling Foreign Company, Daily Fresh Local Juices, Greens Wholesale, the silver partners, and then we have the other sponsors: Fine Foods Inc., Macmillan Gas Filling Station, the Jungle Bay Resort, the Quick Care Pharmacy, and also special thanks going to Kyrie FM, the broadcasters for this morning race, which you are listening to, be it on Rural Media Services, St. Alfonso Scout Troop, the Jolly Pharmacy, Marboyd's Bar, the producers of our meals down there on Goodwill Road. This bar has been the start point for all of Dominica races, and she has been a wonderful partner with the Dominica Cycling Association. My boys, we want to say thank you very much for all that you're doing for cycling, and I know you are also not just a partner for these races, but a support partner for people like Koath Baron. We appreciate you very much. Also, Fruits and Flowers Plus, Q95, Pioneer Athletics Club, and the volunteers. We have a number of volunteers to make this road race possible. We have Ray Charles, who's one of the commissaires. I'm Henderson Gustav, the commentators. That's you and I, Scotty, who are bringing the information to our listeners out there, and the St. Alfonso Scout Troop, who are being used as water suppliers of water for all the teams and the cyclists on the race. We're now seeing Koaf accelerating as it goes down into the Biosh area. Again, I think he's using those opportunities not for rest. I think Koaf is going to have to do his resting when he is on his way. And if you are listening at your homes, we are in the Dublin way. And if you are listening at your homes, we are in the Dublin area, approaching the Dublin Seventh-day Adventist Church, and that area, and then we will start the hill. So that is where we are in terms of the head of the race. But behind us are Gibson Marius, also Levi Baron, and that Chester Daddy Cheslater, and we had Carlton. What's his name? Elroy Carlton. Elroy Carlton. He and Ross Semper, they will be making the turn at Collio when they get there. And Rachel Semper, she would have made the turn at the Layo River. That probably has happened already. But to give us a sense of who are the other riders in this morning's race, we have Gibson Marius, Isel Green, Stephen Carbon, Ronald.
He has worked out the whole operation. He has done that. He has done that on many occasions. But recently he did it after his stint in Colombia.
As he continues to do his do, Scotty.
Yeah, as he continue to climb here, because we're looking in the background of our van there or vehicle to see whether we could see Marius or any other cyclists in the way. There's nobody really in sight, because we could have left them actually between Layo Mero area when he cleared that tight hill at St. Joseph Ochobando. I think Marius was within sight of him, and from there I saw Marius fell back, and we have not seen him since. So we hope that he can recover and catch up and put some competition in the race. Was Koaf continue to do this lonely ride. I think the last time he had quite a lonely ride. He alone, and it's always good to have Yudi, but to put yourself in a mood really to ride and give you maybe motivation to ride faster or ride to finish the race. But when you're alone in that lonely spot, you gotta be thinking about all other things while you're riding.
Well, it's such easy pickings for Koath, but I'm not sure alone with all his many thoughts and and the pleasures of victory. I would say alone, but not lonely. But we just there is a seeming flat, and we're in the middle of that flat, and it would be interesting if our timer could communicate with us by sending me a text message of the race that's down there at my boys barn office has been set up, and we had the timers there. Cedric Harris, if you can hear me, maybe just give me an idea of how much time that has been gone, so we could get our listeners to have an appreciation of how fast this race is taking place. I do not want to say it's been an hour or an hour and 5 minutes. Maybe if we could get that response from Cedric Harris, who is our official timer, the Pioneer Athletics Club, are the official timers of this race, and maybe we could give them an update. But this, for me, to ride from Rosor to Montespanol in just in the space of an hour, it's very telling of what cycling has become in Dominica. That would have not been something we would have fathomed in the distant past, Scotty.
Yeah.
But we're seeing the development of our athletes, our cyclists there in Dominica, and it is something that is suggestive of the works that have been done towards the development of our local athletes.
Yeah, as you going up the hill there, I remember today is Father's Day, and I'm looking for some such lunch here, Udi. On Father's Day, I got some gift bearing daughters that have been giving me some treats for that Father's Day, so I'm welcoming it because I've fathered them and worked with them and developed them properly, and I hope that my girls Trisha, Stacy, and Shania all having a good day. All the father is really appreciating that all the gifts that all you bestow on me today, and I wish you all long life and health.
Well, I hope your intentions are not to make me jealous, Scotty, because my eldest son, who I probably would expect some of those things from, he's currently out of state in the US right now. So I want to say to him, love always.
Yeah.
I know he is going through some medical challenges while he's out there, but I'm happy to be a father, and just the thought of their love for me suffices. So no matter what you get, it's not gonna make me a jealous guy. I just love my kids in spite of. And I want to say to all the rest of the media crew, Steve and Tech and Hipman, all of you guys, happy Father's Day. And also to our cyclists who are fathers, the president, he is a father, and finds so much to do in so little time. So to you, happy Father's Day to Chester, to Levi. It's nice to see that you and your son are in the same race at the same time on Father's Day. Probably would have been more pleasurable if they were there side by side. But I think the son has separated himself from his dad, both physically and in the race. Levi is not in that caliber anymore. But quite a few fathers, and so we want to say happy Father's Day to them as they enjoy.
I must say, we have quite some good fathers in Dominica. I mean, Dominican fathers on a whole, they take care of the children. They have been good role models to the children. And as I tell you, the child rearing industry is the hardest industry in the world. Don't let nobody fool you. So, in spite of it all, you have some fathers that might not really play their role, but we're hoping to see that thing disappear, and fathers now become really play their role, support the children, maintain families, guide them on their way, and develop strong families. Because anytime the society has weak families, that society gonna be weak. So it's critical that the men stand up and be counted.
Yes, we have different people all over. Some of us we shake our responsibilities. Some of us shake it as a dad. Some of us shake our responsibilities as leaders. Some of us shake our responsibilities as administrators. But those who are assuming the responsibilities proudly, we want to say hats off to them. and we trust that you enjoy the best of your day today. And we now seen Koaf out of the saddle as he climbs the final aspect of, as he's looking to get to the summit of the Mont Espanol, there before he descends into Point Rong area, where again he will be looking to gain some time, because cycling, Koaf is brave. I think he's, in addition to his talent, he's also brave. And so descending is a skill that we need in cycling. And the cyclists who can descend well, if they gain distances upon their opponents, and Koath has the ability to tuck himself into a nice aerodynamic space and aerodynamic form, and then gain some time. We saw it when he came down into Bios, we saw it when he came down into Dubla, we saw it when he came down into St. Joseph area, so and in Makushu area. So he has that ability. He's gonna have a long descent now, the longest of all the descents that he's gonna have, going down into the Point Rong area. That again will give him an opportunity to separate himself from the rest of the cyclists, and we can see him preparing for that, Scotty.
Yeah, he has just arrived at the summit here.
We just got an update on the time so far. The races has been 1 hour and 13 minutes. So imagine traveling. Some of us take cars and we drive from Roseau to Portsmouth, and it takes us an hour.
1 hour.
And we are now 1 hour and 13 minutes. And Koath is now starting to go down. He's just getting a little bit of thoracic lubrication and some cooling as he gets some replenishing from his support vehicle there. And he's now officially starting the descent on Mont Espanol. So that gives us an idea of how fast Koath is going through the paces here.
He's going downhill now into the Point One area. He start just to really warm up for that descent. And it's just beautiful watching him cycling down the hill. And Baron has done that many times, and that is maybe one of his favorite part of the race, where he has already done this massive climb from the foot of the Diobla Bridge into the summit here at Mont Espanol, and he's going quickly downhill, and he finds himself right into the Point One area. There's a bridge down there. There's the Point One River, and that goes to go into all that goes to the Caribbean Sea.
Yeah, we saw him going into some preliminaries prior to going down the descent, attacking the descent. But because of the gradient of the slope, we can now see him using his body to act as a braking system as he goes through that corner. I'm not sure if you notice him coming up to use that to use the viscous drag to help him to slow down for that corner. Because if you know the hill well, we have some corners that we have to go through when we're heading down into Portsmouth. When we're going down on the river's end, you will see a different cyclist altogether. And we're seeing him again into his stock position, and he has actually left the camera's view.
Yeah, because it's moving quickly down the hill. And with that tuck position, he's just free riding down the road. And I mean, it's just beautiful to see this guy ride it all the way down to the Point One bridge. I must say it's a beautiful out. It's all its glory. It's a glorious Sunday morning. Wind, we have some good light breeze blowing across, so it's not too hot in terms of, for the riders, there's some little breeze blowing across the area you need, so that keep the place kind of cool. As a rider, you don't want to have naked sun hitting you. You need to have some breeze. And Coab has gone through the third wrong corner of Point Wrong, and is heading out towards the bridge. And as we're saying, there's no other cycling back. So he might be a lapping them about like 5-6 kilometers at the back.
We just saw him adjusting the tightness of his boot on the pedal. I'm not sure the reason for it, if it's discomfort or if it is just planning. But Koath, he's going through the paces very, very, very quickly here in the national cycling race. Scotty. So we're now going up. We're now going up into the Point Rock area, which is the reserved location for the erection of Dominica's track facility, synthetic track facility.
Okay. So we are right in the area, Point Wrong, and we're gonna be giving you a rundown of some of the sponsors for this race. It's a platinum. The platinum sponsors is Dominica Olympic Committee. The gold sponsors is KFC Dominica, Ronald Charles, and Associate, Josephine Gabriel and Company Limited, HHV Research and Company Limited, HMS Eye Care Center Inc. The silver sponsors and partner, Fresh Market, All Auto Trade, Limited, AC Shinford and Company Limited, Daily Fresh, Local Juices, Greens Wholesale Limited. Other sponsors, Fine Foods Limited, Macmillan's Filling Station, Jungle Bay Resort, and Quick Care Pharmacy. Special thanks to Kyrie FM or Kyrie FM. We bring it to you live. Dominica Police Force, the Red Cross. We also have Vichy Ferrol, Media Services, St. Alphonsus Club Troop, Jolly Pharmacies, My Boys Bar, where you can get some sumptuous meals. My brother still have the best broth in Dominica. She tell me she can still make a solid pure, and she have a mac and cheese. So anything you can get at My Boys Bar. My boys, good day to you. Fruits and flowers. Also Q95 and Pioneer or commentator or
cyclists in the Eastern Caribbean, and he has been able to compete with them. In some cases, he wins. In some cases, he among the top athletes without a finish. And he needs to be able to get to that point where everything is in place, like the support, the extra bicycles. You know, sometimes you have flat tires, sometimes the handlebars, a number of issues surface and has helped him not to be where he needs to be in terms of among the finishers. So once we get that out of the way, I'm sure Kuath is going to continue to make headways. There's longevity in the sport of cycling. That's one of the advantages of it over other sports like basketball and soccer. But really and truly, Koaf is among, and Koaf is not the only one. We have Gibson Marius. We need to get him to the level. We need to get training opportunities for him outside of Dominica. And we also have Ajani Kazmi.
Yeah.
So they could get to that level. But what we've noticed in cycling, and a person who studies cycling very, very well, they would notice that a cyclist is made very early. So starting the cycling late is I'm not talking about a mid cyclist, I'm talking about elite cyclist. Starting cycling late in your life is not gonna get you to the elite level that you can get or one can get. And so there should be a new concerted effort in getting the younglings, the little kids, the young kids at the grassroots level to jump into the saddle. But we Dominican parents, we are always fearful of our children, overprotective of our children, not wanting them to get the bruises and to fall. But if we are to make it in cycling, we need to get a new generation of young athletes, the little children in the primary school age. Because when you look at the cycling in places like Anguilla, you see the races for the young ones, and it's a big race. That kind of a culture is required in Dominica. So it could beef the culture, but also more so prepare a set of athletes with a sustainable approach for the sport.
Yeah, but I see as the cycling association that they have some work cut out for them terms of attracting more youngsters to the sport of cycling. And as you're saying that we sometimes get overprotective for children, but at an early age, because basically a lot of kids start riding at 2, 3, 4 years, you know, a UD. They have their little tricycles riding. So by the time you reach 8, 9, 10, they're on a bike, a mountain bike. So I see it as a sport that can be quickly be introduced in terms of a more structured level at your schools and in the community. The building up, maybe setting up of cycling clubs among communities and villages, where there's a lot of kids riding loose all the time on the road, especially in a community I pass through every day. They call Maho. And I've been trying to tell them why they don't get themselves together, why they don't organize a group and make themselves into a cycling group. Because they always in front traffic, inside outside traffic, bubbling, showing me all their different skills. But they do not want to join any group or organize themselves into a group, or whether there is no leaders down there to really lead them into that sort of formation. So that is the challenge the Cycling Association has. How to harness those resources there and really develop the sport along the island.
So I want to let our listeners know that we are in the Portsmouth area already. We're now just passing the Gis Park in Glanvilla, and the race is less than an hour and a half. It's an hour and 26 minutes since we started, and so Coath would have gotten into Portsmouth in less than an hour and a half. That is a tremendous feat, Scotty. Thank you very much to the timers who are in contact with us, giving us an update on it. Out. What is the position of people like Rachel Semper, whose course is a much shorter course than what we're seeing in the national race? Rachel Semper actually made it to Layu and back in an hour and 13 minutes. So she has completed her race. Now, Rachel Semper is a young child, early secondary school child, and she was racing all by herself. So, which means she was without the benefit of a competitor, somebody to race against, and it also meant she was without somebody to assist her, because you know, when we have a bunch pack in cycling, the resistance of the wind is broken, and so it becomes easier for you. I heard you said earlier on when we were going down the Mount Espanyol area that you would want wind as a cyclist. I'm not sure.
Light.
I'm not sure the cyclists want a headwind or a crosswind.
They want a heavy wind over 20.
A headwind and a crosswind.
They need a
tailwind. A tailwind is what probably they would want. But a crosswind is also very difficult for the cyclist. And a headwind is even worse because it puts too much resistance as they go through. So that is why people like Coath now, and with the separation of the splitting of the peloton, our cyclists are really exposed to a lot of work on their own. We're just passing the police station. Well, we've passed it. Coath has passed it in quick time there, Scotty, as we go into the Lagon area. Passing the market there, the food market there in Portsmouth, as we make an entry into the Lagon area, where the Portsmouth constituency now splits down the center, because the Lagon area is not in the Portsmouth constituency, but is instead in the Cotton constituency, and we're talking about the political demarcations of our constituency, Scotty.
Yeah, well, you're right now into crossing the North Bridge, which I was done not too long, early in the 2000s, painted here in yellow, distinguished as Coath right his way through into Lago. There's a bit of traffic in that area. The traffic is a little bit tighter, but he's still wiggling his way through in central Portsmouth area, and we are approaching the turning point there at the Cabrits. Baron has worked this way quite quickly, maybe taking about 90 plus minutes to reach down Portsmouth from Mamboy's Bar, and he's moving quickly to see where he can make this turn rapidly and find himself back on his way into town.
Yes, Scotty. I was just about saying on the to our listeners that you could follow us live on the Facebook, and was about to encourage them to share the live, and I can now report that somebody is messaging me all the way from the US saying that I am listening, and I was wishing us Scotty happy Father's Day. So please share the Facebook. Go on the Facebook Live and share the link, Kyrie FM Facebook Live. You will get the live broadcast. You will see the race actually, and go out there, guys, and share the live so we could have an even greater reach with this race, this morning's race.
Well, we're just flying past the Turtle Purple Beach, and Coav is not going to take the roundabout. He's going to take a turn around this roundabout there at the Cabrits. The Morocco Hotel in front of us here as we turn right around this roundabout to head away back up into Roseau. So it's a very, very good race there.
We're now back,
Yeah.
heading south. And we also have a YouTube. So Facebook and YouTube. So if you want to look at Facebook or on YouTube, you can also listen to it on the Facebook and YouTube, guys. So there's some people like you that have been really close to you as growing up in individuals, and so I'd like to say to steal the opportunity rather to say to people like Kim Ondaro, one of my best friends, happy Father's Day, bro. I hope that you're enjoying yourself out there, and I hope you do enjoy your special day. Also to Al Leblanc, Ansem Leblanc out there in Antigua, a police officer, one of my dear friends, Calvin Leblanc, Dorian Carbon, Gamon Graham, all of you guys would have made an impact in my life. Kevin James, Geoffrey Later, Kwesi Gorin, you guys, I am trusting that you are having a wonderful Father's Day, and the staff, the male staff there at Sports Division, most of us at the division are fathers, so I want to say to you guys, happy Father's Day, and I trust that you enjoy it.
Well, you can send some Father's Day greetings to also some of my colleagues, my consultant team, Emmanuel Dubois in the cottage area. Dubois, I hope you're having a good Father's Day. L.U. Charles, our attorney at law. Mr. Charles, I hope you're having a good day. Also, to touch Ferdinand Greenaway, Ferdinand Walter Greenaway at National Pest Termite Company. Morrison McPherson, what's up, partner? I hope things are good for you in Salisbury. So we have firefighters all over the place. Cliff Felix, one of my guys from St. Joseph, I've been interacting for a number of days now. Also my domino partners, because I got quite a few domino partners now. You have George Davis, you have Keith Coffey. What I can touch on? John Baptiste, Reno John Baptiste. That's my Jimmy team. Christine, you know the father, your mother. Christine, I think I suspect you feeling lonely. So Christine, special day to you anyway. Back to the Dominoes, people like Pembo, Delvin Esprit. Hope you're having a good Father's Day, my partner. So this is some of my areas: Cecil Joseph, Damian, Dublin. Some of my friends in the Dominica Labour Party. There's a lot of fathers all around the place, you know. As we're heading back out and going back up, the road is we have make the turn at the car bridge roundabout, and we're heading towards the Indian River. Co-op is just approaching the bridge. Was the Indian River Bridge. Another scenic area, Yuri, where you can go in there and have a good rally. In terms of experience Dominica in a different light. Take a boat trip up this Indian River. Cyclists, they're egging him on because a group of cyclists at Portsmouth gas station here, just after the Indian River. They are egging on Co-op again. Co-op continue to lead and lead in a big way. It's a long stretch here between he and the next rider.
He passed already?
I was telling you he passed the Indian River. Was that somebody passed down? Hmm? Co-op is heading downfield. I was talking about the Indian River, which is another premier site of Dominica in terms of tourism. This is there you have this what I call them, underwater roots from big trees. What do you call them trees there in Indian River? Mangrove trees, yeah. It's a mangrove swamp, yeah, around this river. And it's just beautiful. If you come to Dominica, don't forget that you need to check the Indian River. As we're going up the way, past, as the outskirts, as the 7 there is
Geese Park in Granville.
Granville, Portsmouth.
But Scotty, we are back. We're heading south now, and we are yet to see any of the other cyclists, which speaks to the distance that Coath Baron has already gained on the other cyclists. It's very telling how much Coath separates himself from the group and how much he has his quality. The parity between him and the next best thing in Dominica cycling, Scotty. And that is why in races like this, I would wish to see an Arjani Kazimi to give us an idea of where our top athletes are in the sport. But Coaf is quickly making his way back to
back to Tong. Actually, yeah, because he has to go back to Portsmouth for all these villages as he makes his way back on the road to Roseau. And as you say, that he has at least 6 to 8 kilometers distance between he and the next rider. Because he's almost in the what you call it, the Ross University area, the ex-Ross University area.
Well, it's currently the American Canadian School of Medicine, and we have yet to see the next cyclist. Yeah. So it may be even more than 6 kilometers, Scotty.
Yeah, looking like that, because we're looking down the highway there at Picard, and I'm not seeing not one cyclist in distance. Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah, it's more than 8 kilometers.
I don't know if some people they got injured or there are some mishaps on that ride.
It's more than 8 kilometers.
Yeah, it's more than that, really.
Certainly. Yes, we are seeing a cyclist in the distance wearing orange. I want to think that may be that.
Daddy Chess?
No.
You know,
I don't think it's Daddy Chess. It may be Levi
Baron. Baron is his father.
It is Issel Green.
Green, yeah.
Issel Green.
It looks like green.
He would have. So where the likes of. Oh, I'm sorry, Scotty. I want to think possibly because we take a different route getting back into Portsmouth.
Some people maybe.
Some people probably
on the other
would
side.
have passed on Bay Street,
Yeah.
while we were on the other street, on the street by the back, by the park. We're seeing Levi Baron, and we're sure if not an accident that what's his name? Gibson Marius.
Marius might be somewhere.
Might be
Baron
yeah.
just passing out on the way there, going down.
Gibson
And-
Marius probably would be ahead.
But what we're saying that we were a bit unsighted because we were on the other side of the street of the town of Portsmouth when they might have been on the Bay Street area.
Yeah.
So that put us back really. Because we try to keep up with the lead cyclist who is Coaf.
Then we're seeing two other cyclists coming down. Right by the Portsmouth, by Portsmouth Beach Hotel.
Beach Hotel.
Yeah, the Coconut Beach Hotel area. And let's see who. It looks like Stefan Carbon in the back, and then Daddy Chess. So it looks like, yeah, that's Stefan Carbon and Daddy Chess.
So Chess later still within the first top 5 or top 6 athletes, I suppose. And we heading back. And we might, I just hope Marius is on his way.
Now, Chesterton would have dropped all of these athletes in Stefan Carbon, Levi Baron,
Isel Green?
Green, also Gibson Marius. And these athletes have come and passed him, and now we're seeing Stefan Carbon joining him.
Yeah,
So Chester is, by the looks of things, if all things remain as is, will not be on the podium this afternoon when that race will have been completed.
Well, Chester will be maybe in the top 6 or 5, but not in top 3.
Certainly not. Certainly not. But it's a race. There's going to be a race outside of the Coaf Baron.
Yeah, well, there will be a
There's
race
gonna
for
be
the
a race
second and
outside
third
the Baron.
position. For the second and third position. Some people try to get themselves on the podium this afternoon. But Coaf, as you say, he continued to pedal his way up, going back out. So I slowed down considerably. I think he's catching up some on his energy and conserving some energy, UD, because he has a big challenge just now of trying to go up this.
We know the Dominica has been impacted by the Europeans historically, and the Europeans who came in, the guy who discovered Dominica.
Yeah. While he waited for them down there at Portsmouth. So, this will have a history made it. That is in Gibbet area. I and Thomas later at the time studying in Jamaica. We always used to go and frequent that area, the Sentan area. Beautiful spot.
Yes, Scotty. There's somebody that I also want to say Happy Father's Day to, and that is Leroy Tousse. Very, 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 very close friend of mine. I have never met any of his children, and so that is probably the reason why I probably forgot to mention Happy Father's Day to Leroy. But he too is a dad. So my brother, enjoy your Father's Day. Yesterday it was fun being with you and your wife as we spend the time together, and we didn't get a chance to pass the love. We played domino all night and didn't get a chance to pass the love because people too strong or they were too weak. Yeah, but Scotty, back to the race. Not Levi, but Coaf Baron, we've seen him there as he passes the site for the track and field stadium that will soon commence.
So
but
when
he's
you intend to break ground this track and field stadium?
I'm not sure, but Coaf is seeming to be very relaxed. He's not looking to do too much in the saddle. I'm not sure if he's. You remember when we were coming up, we talk about rest periods.
Yeah, he's conserving some energy.
I'm not sure if he's just conserving some energy on that flat there before he goes down that into the point wrong and then come up to climb up Mount Espanol. But not Levi, but Ronald Charles, who developed the problem with his bike, just about 3 meters after starting, It was merely the length of the bus. And then he apparently would have sought things out and decided to join the race. And so he was just passing him in the Point Wrong area as Koaf was making his way down to the Point Wrong River and to start his climb. So yes,
But Ronald Church is a determined guy because he had a setback about a minute in the race. But he
less
decided
than you say a minute, it's less. It's just a few seconds into the race.
And by this side, when he coming forward, he still think that he can compete. And so right now he's passed us already at the point around bridge, and he's heading towards the turning point down there at the car bridge. But Koav is getting on to that incline here at the base of the municipal hill. So he has his work cut out for him, Yudi. It's a testing ground, I must say, that after riding for over an hour and maybe 45 minutes, it's gonna take a toll on you now to see how you could do that climb. This is the longest climb on the route and the most challenging of the climbs.
I wanted to ask you that question. Which side of the Mont Espanyol is the longer side?
It's looking like that
We're
side.
now seeing another cyclist coming down Mont Espanyol, and that's supposed to be Philip Eugene.
Eugene? Yeah,
Eugene going down. Eugene was dropped all the way in the Canefield area.
yeah, Eugene. But I suspect that is the tightest. That part going back up is tighter than the part going up. You see, to me, the part going up, there's a little flat in it. There's when you reach by Syndicate, there's a little flat incline. You understand? But this one there, from the time you take the bridge, you are going to go up till you reach the summit.
and the longer you go up, is the longer is steep, and then the gradient changes. We're seeing the constant increase in gradient, as opposed to a gradient change, a gradient drop, and so forth. So that probably is the longer of the two sides, but also maybe the more grueling of the two. However, I want to believe the first part of the hill in Dublin to the entrance of the Syndicate Trail may be the steeper of everywhere. It looks to me, it looks steeper.
Here look quite steep.
Yeah, there is steep.
Between here and
it's
up
longer.
You see between here and the up part there to reach up there, what tighter is. That steeper piece of incline. Watch it again. But Koav is working his way uphill. I tell you, he has done that maybe over 10 times in his life, I suspect. And he practices there all the time, so he has maybe did over between 8 and 10 races on that. He also does his practice on the West Coast. And he also does his practice on the West Coast. And it's good to see that he has mastered it.
And I'm wishing that probably they could do it elsewhere and get the police on board to do some diversion of traffic to really see these guys use their descending skills when it's going down, and to really climb when it's going up, because I still believe the best hill to hill to Pokasi.
Yeah, that's basically
it's the longest route where you just keep going up.
You get in climbs
This-
there, steady set of climbs.
Yeah, this for sure is steeper. Going up to Bellevue where you get the summit finish is also steeper. Another thing I don't like about the summit finish in Bellevue is not the finish, but the length of the race. It's extremely short, but it's a really steep climb.
Yeah.
I would love to see instead a longer race that finishes with that summit finish
Well, he could maybe design a longer route before you could climb up the hill.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Sometimes I say that why did they run a race from say the Newtown area to down into Scottshead, for instance? There are some serious climbs there too, you know. There's a couple good climbs there too.
But that road, the road that is the
But the
poor
road is
quality.
there's less traffic there.
But the
surface
surface is
maybe, yeah, the surface might be
is,
the problem.
yeah.
But as you say right now, we have a good service road between the Casibus Junction there at Tarish Street, right into Pegua. And if you turn right down, you go down straight back.
If you turn left and you come back
Back
through,
up.
that is also good road because
road
that
again.
road
That take
was
you right back to
rehabilitated around the same time
the
Gatefield Highway was being done. The road from Pegua
that is
to
2004, 2006.
Pokase was done, and also the road from Pokase to Kenfield, the Imperial Road, was also done. So
Yeah.
we have stretches of road in Dominica
Yeah,
that we can
we
really have. Not just
Yeah.
the same route all the time. But by the way, these guys ride those roads. They ride those roads.
Okay.
They ride those.
So
They
go
ride
and
those
they
roads
do their practices down there too.
and climb up one
Yeah.
what do you call it? Debonche.
Yeah.
Debonche hill is a
that-
very
that tight
steep
steep
and
hill.
a
Yeah.
long and steep hill.
So that why Dominica told me, as you say, major practices can take place there for any international cycling event. We can use the country as a hub for that. So Ronald Charles, you have your work cut out, or you can get the International Cycling Association, Caribbean Cycling Association, come together to put some of these trial races right in Dominica. Make Dominica that hub that we think it can be. And there was a thing I wanted to say, Yuri. In terms of the road surfaces that has been done between Badiab, not Badiab, it will be between Tarish Street to reach Casabros to Caribbean territory, to get yourself to Pegua. I see they are putting some good signs on that road. The signage now on the road, because a lot of roads in Dominica have been built without signage, and I was impressed to see the signage is being done. Also the road marking. I always want to see road marking on the road. I have some drivers that don't know what is the left, what is the right. So the road marking on the road will tell you where to drive, what side of the road that belongs to you. You understand me? So this is being done also in terms of that road, and I'm very impressed with especially the signage. That is between the Casibus section to go down to Caribbean territory. So hats up to the contractors and the government of Dominica for doing a wonderful job. When you're doing a good job, I gotta be there praising you. Other areas have some problems on that EU Libra Highway where the road marking is not in place, and some of the speed humps, especially in the Massac area, and I have some by the Massac school onto the Massac itself. These speed humps needs to be marked out because people not seeing them again. They are fading out. And the road line now, the center marking of the road that divides the road between left and right needs to be repainted. So that is a message for the Ministry of Communications and Works. Make life easier for me down there on that road there.
Well, they have been doing it. Now, Scotty, if you reflect on Coaf Baron climbing when we were going to Portsmouth, and we look at him now that we are heading back, we can see by his body language the number of times that he gets out of the saddle, and even by his body language, and you look at the cadence on the climb, that this side is certainly the more difficult side to climb, and he is getting there. He is just a few more meters, maybe 250 meters, 300 meters remaining before he gets to the summit of Mont Espanol. Not 300 meters for sure, less than 300 meters before he gets to the summit of Mont Espanol, and he will start to descend into Dublin. But Coaf Baron, I remember at this very location, the first time that he broke the time record for the OECS races was from that point. He was riding and kept waiting on his father, I think maybe in 2016. Waiting for his father in a national race. And, I said to him, challenge yourself. And he decided to challenge himself. And he shaved 15 minutes in his OECS record time. OECS race record time. So Coaf is there. And it's no secret what he has done, what he's able to do. I am just hoping that the times that he is doing right now are much better than the OECS times. So the Dominica Cycling Association can then again make some representation for the OECS race to be held right here in Dominica again, so we could maybe see Koaf Baron with all the experience in riding these roads on the top of the podium.
Yeah, Koaf continue to exhibit the tenacity and the strength. As you see, another rider coming down our way. Ezekiel?
Yeah. Ezekiel Roy is now reaching. Is now starting his descent down into
the
down into the Point Wrong area. So we're seeing Koaf signaling to his support car. Something there. So we're seeing the support. But Ezekiel Ray, could you give us an idea of the time from the official timers down there at the finish line, Kernish? Give us an idea of the time so we could get an idea of where Ezekiel Ray is. I remember at the opening, it was said that this race is supposed to be a 4.5 hour race,
yeah.
And the vehicles along the route will give you some instructions to sweep the cyclists. So give us an idea, Kernish, of the time so far in the race to see if Ezekiel may be one of those riders that will be swept from the route. It is Ezekiel's first time, though, that he is in a race and will make the Rose of Portsmouth. He has not done it before.
Right.
The furthest he would have reached before is in Collio and back.
Yeah, you can see he's struggling in that long 2 hours, and he's now coming to a position right here, which is at the foothill of descent into the Point Wrong area. As Koaf does have now free pedaling his way downhill. He has beat the summit at Espayol and is heading downhill, pretty comfortable and enjoying himself on his way to the Dubla area, the Dubla community at the base of the hill.
Now, what we saw earlier on, we spoke about him making the adjustments to his shoes, and we got off the shoe entirely and hung his feet and hung his leg as he was doing the descent, part of the descent there. But we now seen him actually putting it back on. He has now put it back on, Scotty. So it must have been not just an adjustment, but maybe some discomforting situations that he was going through. So he's able to do all these things, still making the adjustment. I'm not sure if the cameraman can zoom in on that to see what is actually. He is going down the hill so quickly that the vehicle that we are in can't really keep up, Scotty, and so we have to depend on the zoom of the cameras to really get him. But we see adjustments being made on both things.
Beautiful piece of ride because he's descending a pretty nice, smooth action going downhill.
Now that the adjustments have been completed on his shoes, and we've seen him in the aerodynamic position as he gains time. Like I said earlier, he's a very good descender. The other best descender I have seen is the late Bram Sanderson. Bram Sanderson was a very brave individual on the descent, and I think that is where he gained a lot of time while he would have been part of Dominica's cycling circuit. But to the family of Bram, we continue to express our sympathies and also our sympathies and also remember him for what his contributions he would have done in cycling, and not just cycling. Bram would have represented Dominica in track and field, cycling, volleyball, and basketball. Scotty.
Yeah,
So
Bram was a complete athlete.
And also canoeing and kayaking.
Yeah, so this guy
Yeah,
is just
so
all
he was a true all round
I think
all-round
they
athlete.
should name one of the races after Bram. Like this one there, this national cycling race. Give it a little spin and call it the Bram Sanderson National Cycling Race. You understand me? So we can have his memory and etched in our memory, and in terms of people wanting to know about who is this person called Bram Sanderson. You understand? So we need to recognize him as an elite cyclist he really has made his mark on cycling in Dominica and other sports. So again, there's another one for Ronald Charles and his group, where they can actually put a name to these national races at recognizing the type of work that was done by these cyclists like Bram. What do you think?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's a way of remembering those who go before us. In basketball, we have the Elias GP Knockout Cup.
Yeah.
Because Elias GP would have been, we're seeing the young boys coming out in Biosh and taking the videos and photos of and soon we will be leaving the area where we have the habitants of Biosh just passing the area on that incline. Yes, but as you were saying, Bram Sanderson would have contributed to the sport significantly, albeit he had his own little monkeys on his shoulders. That's for want of a better word or want of a better expression. But if we do a remembrance race of him, that would be nice. Like we seen happening with Elias Dupe, who is a referee who passed away unfortunately. I think maybe 2 years ago. It's not 2 years yet. Maybe just a year and something. It's to give it a year and something ago, and we have had two of what we refer to as the Elias Dupe Knockout Cup, which is a knockout competition which ushers in the basketball season for the National Basketball Association.
Yeah, that's it. That goes well in terms of recognizing people and let people know that their contribution towards the sport was important. As we continue to the race here, because it's Sunday, we're gonna go back to our sponsorship in terms of people that made this race happen. Platinum sponsor is Dominica Olympic Committee. The gold sponsors associate Josephine Gabriel and Company Limited, HHV Wichita, Jungle Bay Resort, Quick Care Pharmacy. Special thank you goes to Dominica Police Force, the Dominica Red Cross, Carry FM, our own Carry FM. Carry FM will be on all frequencies, YouTube. What again? We have on Facebook. Where we have Carry FM again, Steve? Television. So Carry TV. So you can see the race right there on all these platforms. Okay, we have some other people that we need to mention. Richie Ferrers Media Services. You have St. Alfonso Sport Troop. You have Jolly's Pharmacy. You have My Boy Jolly's Pharmacy. You have My Boy's Bar, where I tell you My Boy's Bar, where that you can get your sumptuous meals. You see, you can get the best broth in Dominica as My Boy's Bar. She always tell me she have a serious pillar that you can use there. If you're a pillar man, if a person on your fish with some of this quail sauce in your provision, your plantains, your dasheen, your taniers, those sort of things. Check My Boys or your gardens vegetables. So My Boys is a lady. She's a variety of food being sold, and she has some special snacks that some of my love. She have a fig and a cod fish. She have some sort of pies that she make, chicken pies, some beef pies. My boy, I know you're just all rounder. You still one of the greatest. Though we have Fruits and Flowers, Q95, and Pioneers Athletic Club. The volunteers here Special thanks to Richards, Henderson, Gustav, our commentators here, Yuri John and Anthony Scotland, and the Central Function Scouts Troop. Quite an extensive list, Judy, of sponsors. And it's good to see that the private sector and individuals are coming forward to make this race happen.
Yes, Scotty, those things happen. In sports, you are going to need collaborating partners to make it happen, and it's always nice when we get them coming on board to make those things happen, because it's always good to be proud of when Coath goes out and represents Dominica and does well. We are always proud as a Dominican people. But then the opportunities that we have to assist, and I too are fathers, and we are here for a while. People can go
Block road right through, it take you right to jetting through that gap there. You can see right Grand Seven and right in your side duty.
just cut in that area just past the edge of that cliff. That juts out into the sea. We have this new hotel being developed. I think it's vital
on the hilltop there. The Battley rivers, and I tell you, these are the two coldest rivers in Dominica.
Which ones?
The Battley River. If you go down and take a bath there, it's like but they call it ice water on your back. Anyway, somebody, if you want a refreshing bath, you feel it hot, and you figure, well, you need something to cool you down, come to the Battle River. There's a beach there, but you have two. There's one river with two outlets, one on the north, one on the south. So actually, it's split down. If you go up the river, you see where the split is. So one go left, and the other one go right.
So there's one by the Catholic Church and one by the other hotel.
Also the hotel, yeah. We can say it's a unique place. I'm telling you, it's a beautiful Sunday that people can go out and enjoy the beach. There's the Mero Beach. Where the beach we have down there? You have Makushi Beach. Makushi, you have gone to Makushi Beach. It's a beautiful beach in Makushi. You see Makushi River? There's a Makushi River. Just in that beach there, there's a point where you might have to see. You have to swim across the water to go into it's like a cove. We got a sandy area where you have to swim over a rock to reach there. So if you're not a swimmer, you can't go in that area. You understand me? I used to go there a lot of time in the Makushi area.
Yeah, but Scotty, you mentioned the Kashibona Lake earlier on.
Yeah.
Are you aware that the Kashibona Lake is really the source for the Cooley-Bistri and Batali rivers?
Yeah. Because actually the topography, when you look at the water drain the other way, if somebody was saying it come from Colio, but it look like it draining the other way.
But then we also have the Colio River in the same space. So I am wondering
where that one coming from, really?
If really the Kashibona Lake feeds all three of these.
Yeah.
But it's one of the lakes that I think that has gotten the list
publicity,
list visibility,
attendance,
list attention.
Attention.
Yeah, because growing up, as a little boy doing social studies, as part of the primary school's curriculum, we were told of the lakes that Dominica has: the freshwater lake, and the Bory Lake and the Boiling Lake.
Yeah,
they always get this
attention,
big loud attention. But the Kashibona Lake gets little to no attention. We're just passing the Battley River there.
Yeah,
and around the corner, to our right really is the Battley Beach, which goes around to the Sunset Bay Hotel. It's a very popular hotel in Dominica, where people can go and have an affordable meal.
Yeah.
And that is one thing I love about. That's one thing I love about the Sunset Bay hotel is that it gives nice affordable meals.
Last year I got a lunch on there for my birthday, and it was really, really, really good. Delicious meal. Some sauce you call that. So, if you need a good meal, always check the Sunset Bay, right down here in Battley.
Well, the intention really is not for free advertisement, Scotty, but just to give people an idea of what is really available in Dominica. So if you're booking your flight and you're looking for affordable meals in a nice little comfortable setting, you can do that. There are a number of spaces and places that you can do that, and Sunset Bay Resort is actually one of them. Ross Semper has just arrived, and he is the first junior. He is the first junior to finish the race. That is the race that took them from the Marboy's Bar to Collio and back. He did that in 2 hours, 22 minutes, and 49 seconds. Ross Semper. Ross Semper. As we are making our way now, Coath is now midway up the hill in the Battley area, going up to Grand Savant. So if you're wondering where we are, and if you're listening, if you're in Collio, if you are in Salisbury and you want to experience part of the race, you can do that. But if you're in Mero and you want to do that, be sure to be on the street in less than a minute or two, because Coath is moving like a bullet. 2 hours and 22 minutes into the race, and he is almost on his way back into Roseau. So Coath definitely will be finishing the race inside of 3 hours. If all things remain as is, he will be finishing the race inside 3 hours.
Yeah, Co-op is still working his way uphill, and we just sometimes to go back to our sponsors list. It's almost on the Grand Savannah area. There's a long stretch that we're taking right down to the Salisbury River. So special mention on the sponsors list. Platinum sponsor, the Dominica Olympic Committee. Gold sponsors, KFC Dominica, Ronald Charleston Associate, Joseph Gabriel and Company Limited, HHP Research and Company Limited, HMSI Center Inc., Silver Sponsor and Partner, Fresh Market, Auto Trade Limited, AC Shinford and Company Limited, Daily Fresh Local Juices, Greens Wholesale Limited. Other sponsors, Fine Foods Inc., Macmillan's Filling Stations, Jungle Bay Resort, and you have Quick Care Pharmacy. Special mention also made thanks to Kyrie FM, our own Kyrie FM, Dominica Police Force, the Dominica Red Cross. There's also Richie Ferrell Media Services, St. Alfonso Scout Troop, Jolly's Pharmacies, Manboy's Bar, Fruits and Flowers Plus, Q95, and Pioneers Athletic Club. So our volunteers, Ray Charles, Henderson, Gustav, our commentators here, Rudy, and myself, and in Scotland, and the St. Alfonso Scout Troop. So quite a few people you make it to happen. And I also like to send a message to our business people along this route. When we have these races there, it's time for them to can do some advertising for their businesses, because you are getting a lot of promotion via your Facebook page, your radio, what platform can you use, YouTube, you understand? So you're just getting value for money, and you're also sponsoring and encouraging development of sports in the island of Dominica.
Very good idea, Scotty. These organizations need to recognize the opportunity and the mileage that they can get. Imagine that because you're a sponsor, you're gonna get that mileage guaranteed. That's maybe our 5th time we've gone through the list of collaborating partners with the with the Dominica Cycling Association to stage for the staging of this national race, and it will be lovely to have this. But what we're going to do, Scotty, is on our way back from here on end, we're going to be identifying some of the key historical sites and edifices that are along the way. St. Teresa's church, Catholic Church, is coming up sometime soon, and maybe in the next 2-3 minutes, less than 3 minutes really, we should be in that area. Albeit Coath is in itself along the route, but there's going to be the downward, they're going down from the Grand Savin area into the Salisbury proper, and that should take us maybe just about 3 minutes or even less when we will get to St. Anne's Catholic Church.
Well, Coab just continue to lead well. Oops. Just passing the police, the Salisbury police station on our left. As you go through that little gorge here between the hills, where you have some tight breeze, something come through that tunnel here. But Coab, he has studied his route nicely, and he continue to work his way downwards. He has no pressure on him really. But I think maybe if he had somebody right on his tail or close to him, he might maybe have broken the record. And that I find he did that first leg quite quickly, Yuli. But because now he's relaxing, he might just miss a record today.
Yes, I think there are other things that may be on in the mindset of the team Street Falcons and the leader of the team, that is Coath Baron. The team would have done what they needed to do very early, albeit they don't need to do. They need to do. There's nothing that they really need to do to secure that for Cara, because Coath is that strong a cyclist. Yeah, but Coath is at a point where he's just going through it. And here in front of us right now is the St. Teresa's Catholic Church there. And a few turns from now, we will be converging on
there's a market into sugar or into rum. But most of the Caribbean islands I went to, I'm traveled through St. Lucia, St. Vincent, Grenada, Trinidad, Jamaica, all of them, and Guadeloupe, a lot of space, a lot of, like the West Coast. The West Coast is an ideal area to plant sugarcane.
You see,
you understand me? And we just ended up losing all those sort of little cottage industries. I think we need to revive some of them in Dominica.
The viability of these ventures was compromised when the conducive spaces for the sugarcane plantations were used to become habitations, areas of residence. And the last area to really keep that space is the Makuship area, which we were now passing.
Yeah.
Incidentally, that space, the estate was maintained by the Shillingfords, and it was not sold off for housing.
Yeah.
And so we had a sugarcane plantation, but I'm not sure the reason why we saw the sugarcane plantation disappearing. And as a result of that, we have not had the production of makushirum like we used to have it. But incidentally, Scotty, what local farmers have been encouraged to do, SP Island, is to plant cane on what I want to refer to, for want of a better word, virgin lands that have not been contaminated with chemicals for the last 5 years. And these farmers or land owners are given the opportunity to plant cane, and then we have the harvesting of sugar cane. And there's a distillery, I think, in the Rosalie area, right next to the
That hotel.
Rosalie Bay Resort.
Yeah, I think I
So
came.
so that area is still doing cane production, rum production, but it would be nice to have the historical spaces like the Makushri,
Yeah, couple
the
of them functional.
Makushri
Yeah.
distillery is still operational.
Working. Well, I came across that one day down there in Rosalie, because he's I think some white operation guy that was operating, and he try to get more farmers to plant cane in those areas like River Syric, Grand Fort, and that sort of thing.
Which
I think that would be a good
Dailies.
idea. You know, all these communities here. There's a lot of land there that empty, that need to be occupied. And sugar cane to me is a crop that you can go into, and you create that industry in that area there.
I like dynamism
Yeah.
and responses to change.
Mhm.
When you look at the world historically, there was an agrarian society, and it moved to a mechanized space, and then it moved to a service, and now it's into technology.
Technology.
But some people, too often, the change is too radical a paradigm. We move from, okay, we're no longer an agrarian place. We no longer are interested, we are no longer interested in an agricultural economy. But who say we cannot have an economy that is driven by agriculture along with
The technology.
technology
You have to use-
and the services, and also the factories? How do we call factories?
Industry.
Manufacturing.
Industry.
Manufacturing. So
What I'm saying, in the technology you're talking about, you must eat food,
yeah,
so you can eat technology.
exactly.
So you need to go and find a way to plant that food. So long time you are about digging. There is other system where you can use, so they can dig holes.
Yeah,
Because that
but
make it easier for you. So that is the technology I'm talking about. You have to change from your production ways to find ways and means to get it done, and the world has that in place. So agriculture to me in Dominica to me, one of the pillars of economic growth in Dominica
has
to be agriculture.
But
Yes,
let's take a
and-
pin on this conversation as we get back to the race. Koath Baron, we saw him earlier on getting his feet off the clip for his boot, and that was suggestive of some cramps that he might have been getting, or he's just looking to get some form of comfort.
Okay.
But we are now passing the Castaways area. Mero Beach
yeah.
is probably the most popular beach in Dominica for a number of years, and on that beach was Dominica's probably second most popular hotels, and the Castaways Hotel. We no longer have a hotel there, but the Castaways Beach is still there.
When the beach is there, I sometimes go on the beach, I alone on the beach. Basically, now I started to Dominica sometimes. They were still on a holiday to show up on the beach. But these beaches are there all the time. 365 days in a year. Why don't you go there more often and don't crowd it up on a specific day?
Scotty, you're in a position where you're going for corporate relaxation right now.
Yes, yeah,
For another stolen phrase from Ozzy Lewis. Your face is now a face of corporate relaxation, so you can go to the beach whenever.
Anytime. The money is still available to you anytime, because you're there at your home. You live in St. Joseph. The beach is there. Why don't you go the afternoon after work and take a sea
The
bath?
truth is, Scotty, you are right, because my wife and I and the kids used to actually leave work on a Thursday afternoon when it is usually family time, and drive to Castaways after work, get the kids to get prepared so they could go to the beach. And I'm hoping that we're doing it soon as she continues to recuperate from the major surgery.
How's your wife doing now?
She's doing well.
Okay.
I think I'm gonna have to drive back to Makushiri to pick her up, because to allow me the time to be there. One of my very close friends and schoolmate, and another very close friend of mine, her husband, they have opted to be the, how they call it jokingly, the babysitter. Yeah, so when we're done with the race, I'm gonna have to travel back to Makushiri to pick up my wife to take her home. But she's recuperating well, and I want to say thanks to all the persons and friends who have supported and call and ask and give a message of encouragement. Yes, she's doing well and she's recovering well. And we see we're climbing up the hill there in St. Joseph, and Coath Baron again is signaling his support vehicle, and he's asking for water. I am not sure where is the last place that he can take anything from
I think this
the cars.
From Layo.
I am not
From Layo
sure, but
Bridge.
maybe from the Layo
Layo
Bridge.
Bridge, Layo Bridge.
So what we will see now
Yeah.
is Coaf, if he's following the rules, as he suggested, he will get his bottles refilled
Yeah.
from his support car, and in his car, I think who I want to assume is his girlfriend and his sister Odera. Odera is an official in sports. She has served in the capacity of table official for Dominica in Dominica during the schools basketball league
All right.
and the National Basketball League, and she is his support personnel on that race there. So soon we may see him asking for or just giving a complete refill of all his bottles, so he could get it as he makes his way to a final stretch. But just to let the listeners know that we are, if you know the St. Joseph area, we are on top of Alemon, and Coaf is making his way down into the community towards the Ochobando area,
Yeah.
the bridge, and some people really call the area Sayas.
Sayas
Yeah.
is on the left hand side of the road, but the road on the right hand side is Ochobando. Ochobando.
And you are right, Scotty. We
Yeah.
have just been informed from the office that the Layu is the last place he can take anything from the support cars. So if you're listening Odera, and you can get Kyrie FM, and if you are following on the Facebook Live and you're planning to step out, or on the YouTube Live and you're planning to step out, please remember that the national race is ongoing, and there are a number of cyclists at the back. I'm sure Coaf probably has separated himself by over an hour, so we're seeing the cars, getting the number of cars increasing on the roads, and so please be cautious as we go through and be cognizant that we have the national cycling race going on
but it's also
between, just a second, between the Marboys Bar area and Portsmouth. Yes, Scotty.
It's always nice to see as I pass in for St. Joseph there, right there's a number of people lining up the street coming from church. Well dressed. They remind me of long ago where your Sunday best was on a Sunday. That's the way you dress properly. Go to church, have a good meal, and go and visit friends. So it's good to see in these villages there, some of the traditions really they remain strong. As we have heads down to the Layo area, we don't reach the area of broken pavements. That's just by the
Isaiah Thomas
walkway.
Secondary School.
Isaiah Thomas Secondary School. ITSS bus stop. Isaiah Thomas, you know who he was?
Yes, Isaiah Thomas. I am from St. Joseph, so I have a little bit of the history. Not as locked down as you do, Scotty, but Isaiah Thomas used to be the principal of the St. Joseph School,
Primary school.
St. Joseph Primary School, and the secondary school, because of his leadership that he provided in the community of St. Joseph and the legacy that he would have left. His name continues to carry, and what used to be previously was the St. Joseph campus of the Dominica Grammar School, and the school has since been renamed Isaiah Thomas Secondary School, somewhere in the 90s.
I think that was a very good gesture by the
Ministry of Education
to put his name on that school, because Isaiah Thomas and his wife, it was a husband and wife combination at the school, and these folks there were not easy people. They were disciplinarians, but their objective was to make sure that the school produce brilliant students. So I must say I was in the era of Isaiah Thomas. My primary school maybe 4 or 5 years under the stewardship, and these people instill hard discipline on you. and make sure that they produce a lot of brilliant students from St. Joseph. St. Joseph Primary School, I tell you, at the time was almost 800-900 students.
Back in the days, the population seemed to be bigger. But Scotty, as we were coming down the incline, going down into Layu, we saw Koatham again taking the shoes off and taking his feet off the shoes really, and was stretching that right leg. We can now see him
maybe having some discomfort.
tightening the thing. I think it's cramps, and he has found a way. He has found a way to
Get it up.
to deal with the cramps while in the saddle. In times past, he would stand up and stretch. Now he is taking the shoes off and extending his legs, kicking it out in the space, and all this without really compromising on the time that is taken from during that course. But Scotty,
that could be because of raw experience in cycling.
yes, certainly.
So he's heading towards the Hillsborough Bridge now. As you were saying, that was the last point where he can get
The
water.
last point where he can get
So he's
water,
signaling
and
to
it
them.
actually slowed down tremendously, and he is trying to get it from. He cannot take it, so we can actually see from his support car water, because his signal he cannot do anything, he can't take anything from there on. And he's taken one bottle. Will he take a second? No. He's up the saddle as he reaccelerates. Not entirely over. Usually we figure out we are in Layu and we are heading back. Then you want to think, well, okay, maybe it's just we are gonna get to Roseau onto the Isilo Black Bridge next to the to the formerly West Bridge, and then back to the Canefield area. I honestly think that this point being the final location where you can take water or anything from the support car might be too great a distance. But they are the technical people for the sport, and maybe for a national race, the distance has to be specified by UCI, and maybe that's the reason.
Because that's about 10 miles, you know. Because they had to go Roseau and then come back to Canefield.
Well, for me, it's more than 10 miles because I think it's 13 miles from Roseau. I'm a traveling officer. Roseau to St. Joseph is 13 miles. And it's definitely not 3 miles from the Layu Bridge to St. Joseph. So it's that one direction already into Roseau is more than 10 miles. But then you have to come back
to Canefield.
Into Canefield.
And then go back up again.
And then go back up. So it's more than it's almost 20 miles, 15 to 20 miles. So it's a long distance really. And I'm not sure the reason why, but maybe it can be revisited, or maybe the technical people who have set the rules down could provide us with the reasons why it has happened. Because I knew when the OECS race was happening, when Trevor Bailey was the chief commissioner of the race, the Canefield Airport was the last place that water could have been taken, and that is just about 5 kilometers or maybe 4 miles from distance into Roseau. So
I find this is a very long period, a very long period without having your water supply, especially. You understand? Because most of the water you can be using there is some for fish and some is for wetting
especially this hot and sunny morning. And I'm not sure if the car is able to capture the temperatures, temperatures of the ambience. My car would be able to do that. It's hot, and we have 2 hills to climb. We have the hill we refer to as Monabat, Leper Home. After you pass the Taro area, we have that hill to climb, and then we have the hill to climb between Mao and Massa.
Basak.
All right, and there is a long flat, without descent, from the Layu Bridge all the way along. We hardly have descents really along that route. It's really those two climbs, and
Then you have two major climbs, and then that's it.
and then the flat,
Yeah.
and the flat is not going down. You know something what you refer to as a flat. It has a slight decreasing gradient.
Yeah.
It's not the case along that road, and so maybe we could get an explanation.
Where we are just leaving the community of Taru and heading towards Habat. On the left of Habat, there by the bridge, they used to have a home called the leper home. Actually, there's a home that was established for managing leprosy in Dominica. Right now, I do know a study. You actually writing a book on a century of public health in Dominica, and one of my objectives is to look at all these issues and document it. So, there already, when you had a disease called leprosy, they actually used to isolate you in a hospital there. Understand? So that's a disease that over the years we have eradicated, remove it from the society, and there's no other treatments that can be utilized to get if somebody contracted a disease like leprosy now, it's much easier to treat it because actually it's a bacterial disease that can spread to man.
All right.
Yeah.
But Scotty, we were just informed there by the guys on the finish line and on the office that coordinates the race that Elroy Carlton, he just completed and he was second in the category for the young riders, and he finished 30 minutes later than the winner Ross Semper. He finished in 2 hours 52 minutes and 16 seconds, while Ross Semper finished in 2 hours 22 minutes and 49 seconds. So this we can now say that we are now on the final aspect. The two other aspects we said earlier on, it was a 3-sprawn race. We had the ladies race, and we had a lone competitor, and that was Rachel Semper. She finished a while back, and
what was the time?
It was, I think, the same time, an hour and 13 minutes to do Layu and back. And then we now have Ross Semper, who went to Collioure and back. He finished in 2 hours and 22 minutes and 49 seconds. And then we have the Elroy Carlton finishing in 2 hours 52 minutes and 16 seconds there in that race. So the elite race, which is the national race, continues, and as you were informed by the organizers, the elite race doesn't have junior cadets and juniors and the masters category. It's just elite race because it's the national race, and so that is the only thing that continues. And we are now in the plateau between G-Meet and Taru. We have gone up one of the major hills that we spoke of, Scotty. Koaf has finished one, and we saw him using a little bit of the water for him to cool down his body there as we continue that race.
So you're going to go down the Come To Me area. Because Come To Me is always an interesting area. They used to have this big rock that a lot of vehicles used to actually go and crash yourself onto it. But with the rehabilitation of the road, they have removed the rock from there. But the names remain. It's actually below it now is the Rodney's Rock. The Rodney's Rock, as I was saying earlier, is a historical rock where there was a battle between the French and the British for the control of Dominica somewhere in the 16th century, not the 16th century, I think the 17th century. So Rodney's Rock basically is still there. It's a beautiful rock. If you go down there, there's a beach there. It's like a little pebble beach, some little stones. And it's very clean. A lot of fish in that area. So if you're in the G-Meet area, we just passing the gas station and Elysia Mango on my right hand side. That's where you there go and collect my mangoes in the morning. So there are all different type of mangoes here. Mango long, mango liquor, grafted, mango teen. You know a mango called mushash?
No, I don't. First time I'm hearing that one, Scotty.
You must come in G-Meet here, right on the road there. A lot of mangoes has gone to waste. A long time as a boy growing up, I used to go down, leave St. Joseph and go Hillsborough to collect mangoes. Hillsborough Estate used to have a lot of line of trees of mangoes. But the children nowadays, they stay home, they go out mango hunting, and they just get too close to gadgets. They just go and explore the environment. So when they see you coming up with the mangoes, give me a mango now. But you don't leave yours and go get a mango. Anyway, we are heading back towards Rose Oak. Baron is still leading. Baron is on his way to maybe second victory in this racing calendar. And he has shown us, Yudi, that he has gained a lot of experience from that. His trip there to Colombia. Because as you say, a long time he would have think of stopping, pulling up to see if he's getting cramp and find a way to wait out the cramp. But right now he's riding. At the same time, he's trying to
deal with
mitigate
the issues.
That cramp.
Yes, Scotty, but no, we did promise our listeners that when we get to those landmarks, we're going to make mention of it.
Yeah.
Dominica, we said, was predominantly an agrarian society in the 60s and 70s and even before that.
Yeah.
But then we saw the coconut product, Dominica coconut product factory, because we moved from manufacturing where we would actually process our coconut copra to make soap and oils and so forth. And we now have in our right next to us on the right hand side is the Dominica coconut products factory. It has been it was down for a while, and we can actually see the mill that was used for the water to bring into the factory, so we could have the manufacturing taking place. And this is definitely a landmark. It was done for a while when Colgate Palmolive, which took over the Dominica coconut product, I think at the turn of the century. It closed down for a while, but now it has been reopened, and we're now seeing soap. I will tell you, Scotty, my wife no longer buys soap like Protex and the soap that we buy the import. The quality of our soaps that we have locally that is being manufactured here are so good. I remember Refresh was maybe the staple soap from that factory, and Refresh became a household name in Dominica. I'm not sure if the product has been
also
bought.
In the Caribbean, Refresh has been used in
Refresh really and truly could have been. My dad is American, and I actually would travel to the US and pick up Refresh soap on the store shelves in the US. And I was so proud of Dominican to be able to pick up a Refresh in the US. But I'm not sure if when the Colgate Palmolive product brand would have taken over the DCP, and I'm not sure if they took the brand Refresh as well.
Yeah, because they must have taken it out because they can never put it on the shelf. But Refresh is all for the hotels in the Caribbean. You understand me? And as you say, you could have get it in the United States. So it's good to see that there's a resurgence of the business of this product in Dominica, because I always say coconut as a business. Dominica can be covered with coconuts, and then you convert it into copra, and then you turn it into your oil and soap.
But
there was a move, and then you go to promote your corn oil and the other oils. So we buy into that, and they were able to fool us. Now we find that we have learned our lessons, and we need to be always questioning people when they try to come with their research and try to tell you, well, that is that good for you, that good for you. We need to be thinkers, UD. A lot of time we just sit on the sticking thing, absorbing anything somebody come and tell you. I will question anything you tell me. You don't tell me I don't have the right to think. So is another area that we can improve in terms of agriculture.
Well,
build up your coconut industry.
Well, I will tell you, certainly, Dominica, we see that new resurgence of the consumption of coconut water as a daily. So you could, if you're driving in Dominica along the roads anywhere in Dominica, you're gonna get the sale of coconuts, because coconut water has potassium and some of the electrolyte salts that we need when we sweat, and it's very export bill. Oh, sorry, our import bill, where we have to import those raw material to push the manufacturing industry. And I think that is the paradigm that I was talking about. The lack of a radical change when general societies change. Yes, we have to respond to the time. Yes, we have to respond to the times. But we also have to keep some things that can be best practices that we can heritage. Use that. So it would be nice for us to have the sugarcane industry back in Dominica. And it would be nice for us to have the rum industry back in Dominica for the sugar canes. And it would be nice for us to have the soap industry back in Dominica through the use of the dry coconuts, and more so also get the manufacturing for us to be able to have the coconut water on our shelves that has a longer shelf life than what we have, because currently what we have is a shelf life of a few days.
Why is coconut coming from
Jamaica? Coconut water.
No, Jamaica. All Indonesian come down here.
Yeah. So and it's because it has been packaged, it's been manufactured in such a way for it to have a longer shelf life. So we need to get into that, and that is what I'm hoping that we can do as a Dominican people.
That's why you're talking about using technology to your advantage
and adding value to what you have.
So we have a lot of things that can happen for us in Dominica. I see this place. I always see Dominica as my homeland, as my paradise. I had opportunities to go in other countries, and I always like Dominica. In fact, most of my family members are out of my country. I tell them I'm not leaving Dominica, go nowhere. Yes. I am staying and dying in Dominica.
Yes, Scotty. So we just passed the St. Anne. We just passed the St. Anne Church that we spoke of when we were going on our way. And now in front of us is the Dominica's only indoor facility for court sports, volleyball, netball, and basketball. Also handball and futsal. So it has hosted a number of competitions, this venue. And we are approaching, this venue is just north of the northern end of the Kenfield airstrip. The Kenfield airstrip in the 90s served as the main Dominica's main airport for a long while.
I still live weekend, go St. Martin on the Friday, on the Sunday back in Dominica. Using the Kenfield airport.
Yeah.
Liat.
We had the Liat, the smaller carriers with Liat. We also had what we are called Air Guadeloupe and Air Martinique. Those planes were the main planes coming in and out of Dominica. And then we got in the 90s the Nature Island Express. That was from one of the Ferraras. Carl Ferrara?
Yeah,
Kevin Ferrara is the doctor. But I think it's Carl Ferrara, one of the brothers who was flying. And so that was the main airport. So that is the Kenfield airport that is right there in front of us. When Coaf gets into Roseau, he's going to come to this point again and get back to the finish line at the Marboys Bar. So this is the roundabout that we've been talking about, Scotty.
Yeah, right at Kenfield area, the Kenfield roundabout, that is where he come from Roseau, make a turn and head back to my boys. But we missed a landfill that disappeared. I don't know which is Erica or Maria. That's the warehouse disco.
Landmark.
That was a landmark. That one there was my
Dominica's premier nightclub.
Yeah.
It would have served Dominica well for donkey years, and that's using our local partner Scotty for a wealth of a period of time. That building, but it was broken down during Erica.
Yeah, I think Erica's taking it away.
Erica swept it away.
I mean, this building was a stand up there for over 100 years.
Yeah.
And a hurricane from nowhere just decided, well, that was the end of
tropical storm, really, not even a hurricane.
Yeah. So that is life in terms of life, but people need to understand that certain things happened before, and it was a major hub in our entertainment industry in Dominica.
Yes, Scotty. Yeah. But now we are now entering the area that is referred to as the Old Mill. Now this area that we are in is called Kenfield, and because that area before it was populated the way it was really was a cane field. And to our left was the mill that referred to as the Old Mill, and it's now the headquarters for the Ministry of Culture in Dominica, where we have the cultural division being housed in that building in this refurbished space. But that Old Mill was used for the sugar cane. It was really a sugar mill.
Mill. it's always interesting to see that these mills utilize hydro energy to crush sugar cane, in the 18th century and 19th century. That would say that you already had best practices where you can use renewable
energies
to get your work done, utilizing what you have. And look at a mill that was utilizing water power to actually crush sugar cane to make the molasses for your industry.
Well, when you look at
Yeah.
you see again, when societies change, productivity and efficiency would come into bearing, and so they move from the sugar mill, from the water mills or the water turbines, pushing these things there. We could move into what we refer to as mechanized equipment. But we have lost everything.
Energy.
We have lost everything.
Look at the other side of it. You got to turn some of these water mills into hydroelectricity. So you see, you had a plan where you could use this mill for other purposes and generate electricity from water. I always said Dominica should not be depending on all that fossil fuel for its energy. It has enough water to run this country on water.
Well, I am not sure how much energy you would, or how much energy you'd be able to draw from that mill. Because
not the mill. I talk about energy levels and using water. You have one water plant in now, say like the hydro in planting thing. But you have a number of big rivers in Dominica, the water doesn't go to waste. You need to dam them and convert that water into energy.
Yes,
so that is what I'm telling you, the energy, when you talk about society change and you have to change your technology to suit it. So Dominica is blessed. In terms of some people say Dominica Pani and Yemen. There's plenty of things in Dominica that can be utilized for the benefits of the people of Dominica.
Certainly, Scotty. Just to give the listeners an idea of where we are, and those of us who are following on Kyrie FM's Facebook page or the YouTube channel, we are now under the Kenfield Cliff, that is under Mont Daniel Raleigh, and we can see in front of us the port, the Woodbridge Bay port, as Coaf is making his way there. So he's very close. Maybe in the next 5 minutes we should be seeing him passing the office setup, the office space that has been set up for this race at the Marboy's Bar area. And we'll be there shortly as this race is being drawn to a quick end. Scotty, it is now 12:29, and
I just want you to run away the sponsor sheet again. We just under the Mondan Daniel Cliff, and Coaf continues to lead a massive piece of lead. I can see no other riders in sight. The Dominica Olympic Committee or Platinum sponsor, the gold sponsors here are KFC Dominica, Ronald Charleston Associate, Josephine Gabriel and Company Limited, HHB Research Company Limited, HMSI Center Inc., our silver sponsor and partner. You have Fresh Market, Auto Trade Limited, AC Schillenford and Company Limited, Daily Fresh Local Juices, Greens Wholesale Limited. The other sponsors: Fine Foods Inc., Macmillan Filling Station, Jungle Bay Resort, Quick Care Pharmacy. Special thanks goes to Kyrie FM, or own Kyrie FM. You can see us on their platform, Kyrie YouTube, Kyrie Facebook page. What again Kyrie can give you? Our radio frequency 88.1, 107.9. And which one again? And Kyrie Television also
88.7,
88.7,
93.1, 107.9,
and 93.7. Okay.
Also on Kyrie TV.
So Kyrie TV, we bring you everything now. The full Kyrie repertoire is on display. Now the special also the Dominica Police Force. Well, Police Force have been doing a good work escorting these races all the time and giving maximum protection. And the Dominica Red Cross. We're heading now towards my boys here. My boys Coaf just have taken the turn around the Woodbridge Bay Port and heading towards the finish line. But that is not our complete race. the finish line at my boys, he'll pass there and go into Roseau. That means he's gonna go into the East Low Black Bridge, turn right, pass into the bridge here by Fanso. I think I call it the Fanso Bridge, but that name, I think the name of this bridge gonna be changing very soon. From what I'm hearing from local palace. So I can't announce it now because I'm not sure about about what is the situation with that bridge. But I think that we need to name it after a stalwart of Dominica, and I think that's gonna be done very soon.
Okay, Scotty, so far we have had 3 hours and 13 minutes has elapsed in that race. As we pass the start point, we're going to go into Roseau onto the Isilo Black Bridge, make the right turn onto the West Bridge, and then back to the Kinfield Airport. Scotty, we're passing one of Dominica's premier shopping centers. It's an area where we have the SMAT, and then we have the Do It Center. This area. What used to be in that area, Scotty, also was a filling station, and I wish we would get that filling station
Gas
back
station.
on.
I wonder why they were already reopened already. But we have one now closer to the bridge. There is one at the West Bridge.
To our left, Scotty, we have the Pottersville Savannah, and we can see the construction of the new Goodwill Secondary School.
Yeah.
The old school, which was given there by the Canadian government, has been demolished for a more modern secondary school that can host the technical vocational subjects. And this is part of the projects. We have a number of projects for school building. A number of our schools were destroyed during Hurricane Maria in 2017. And Goodwill School was one of them that was annihilated by the hurricane. And then since we've had the project, so the number of schools, I think the Thibault Primary School.
I think there's 5 primary schools being constructed right now.
Thibault Primary School, the Goodwill Secondary School, the Bellevue Chope Primary School. We're gonna see this commencement of the Tetmont Primary School. There's one other school that I think I may be missing, and that is being built because I think it's five schools being built under that project.
Okay, well, it's also sponsored by the government of China. So we have to say special thank you to the Chinese for giving us this assistance in terms of boosting our education system. Koa has just bent past again the New West Bridge and is heading back out. He's heading for the Kinfield roundabout. So this is maybe we might see some people on our way now as we heading back out to the Kinfield roundabout UD.
Yes, I think Coaf has upped the pace a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
He has upped the pace a little bit, and maybe got spurred on by one of the cyclists who, for some one reason or the other, is not participating today, and that is Kobinski Fils Amy. He is from the Trafalgar Club. I'm not sure of the exact name of that club, but really and truly, Coaf has upped the pace a bit, and we may see him really going almost into time trial mode there. Let's see if he has that in him, and pushing yourself at moments like these, when you have such a comfortable margin ahead of your competitors, is really a good thing, because it really puts you almost like in training mode for when you get into more difficult races where your opponents are good, good as you or better than you. Then you are not in this circumstance, in a novel situation, but rather you'd have been practiced. You'd have had practice for it. So now that you are in a position, you can really compete. So let's see if we can go into that time trial mode that we probably all hope for and to get a real quick finish between now. So we are now just passing the starting point, which will become the finish point when he eventually completes the leg that takes him back now to the Greenfield Airport and back.
Baron continues to lead here. We are yet to see anybody in our side duty. I do see Baron look like he has a very comfortable lead over the field of competitors here, and it looked like he's gonna be making it 2-2. Because he had a victory 2 weeks ago. That race to Portsmouth where he won it comfortably and came back. Only Marius had any glimpse of a competition with him, but Marius had defective equipment. He had some tire problems and that put him off. But Co-op really has maintained a total lead there. I think since after the climb from the Layu descent and into St. Joseph area, that he has left the field behind, and he continues to work his way downwards now towards the Cade Field roundabout by the airport, and he'll head back towards Marboy's Bar for the final leg.
Okay, we should what we are certain of is, because you would have been blinded in directions when we're heading north as compared to heading south. When we make that turn on the bridges, we have been informed by the office and those people on the finish line that the second place has not passed them yet. So we are now heading back into Caneville, and we can speak of a significant distance that Co-op is ahead of second place. We have not yet seen any of these cyclists. We are expecting probably to see Gibson Marius or Coath, but Levi Baron, and also in the race Chester Later and Stefan Carbon, Philip Eugene, Issel Green. These individuals, we have not seen them. So we can see in the distance almost to the area approaching the longest serving funeral home in Dominica, the Linus Funeral Home, and we are yet to see in the distance any of the other cyclists. Will Co-op then reach in Canefield and be able to join them or follow them and to actually give them what is like a little lap?
Well, it's all Co-op. As you see, there's no sight of any other competitor in that race, and I just hoping that all is safe with them on their journey back up to Roseau. The traffic has been building up a little bit tighter, Yudi. This morning there was much lighter traffic on the road, but as you know, it's approaching after 12. Somebody on the bike.
Ezekiel has been swept off the route. That is Ezekiel Roye, and that is the last of the elite riders we saw. Where did we pass him? Collio? Where did we pass him?
Collio.
Yeah.
Ezekiel, they never looked like he was going to complete that race, really.
He has been swept.
Baron just around the Texaco gas station, approaching Ruby's, as he makes his way down towards that turning point at Canefield Airport, comfortably leading the race. Have shown me that he has grown in stature, he has grown stronger, his body looks a little bit more muscular. I think he's getting into the manhood physique now, Yuri, from the teenagers physique.
Scotty, what I can tell you, I'm not too sure about that, but what I can tell you is, if there is anybody beyond this point now that we're passing, between this point now, we are now just past the auto trade area and getting to the budget area, and we have not seen a bicycle. If there is anybody between now, if you see them now passing, I am sure Koaf is going to catch them back when he makes the turn at the roundabout. We have not seen anybody. We're in the Old Mill area, and we have not seen any of the cyclists. Well, let me say, we have not seen second place. We have not seen second place. And I'm sure Koaf is going to go after it. Maybe, possibly, we might make the turn without anybody, which speaks to how far ahead Koaf is. And like I said to you guys, he is in time trial mode. He is racing. Currently, we're about 40, in excess of 40 kilometers per hour as he goes along the road.
Well, as we pass in the Minions area here, we just saw the Minions supermarket. We might run his Ronda's barbecue. We can get some good barbecue in Dominica and your spare ribs at Ronda's. Good afternoon to you, Rhonda. As we know, charging towards the Canefield Airport, who have on a steady pace, moving forward all the time, and not having no real problems of in terms of people on his hinds trying to see if they can overtake him. And
okay, there is Gibson Marias, and Koaf Baron is literally in excess of 10 kilometers ahead of Gibson Marias. And we can see Koaf out of the saddle. Gibson Marias probably would have gotten a little bit of energy from Koaf there. A little form of motivation, a little bit of adrenaline, and let's see if he will be able to stay with Koaf throughout this. But literally 10 kilometers, Scotty, because if you are aware of it, when they used to do the 10K race, it used to start from the ministry and go to the Old Mill and back. So that is Koaf is really in excess of 10 kilometers ahead of second place. But these two, if you are listening on the frequencies, or if you are following on the Facebook Live, they have rejoined. But Koaf is on his way to finishing, but Marius will have to then go back to the Canefield Airport and back.
Well, Marius trying to open some daylight in the Koaf there, but Koaf is sticking very close to him. Give him no space, no distance here. Marius, my jockey rider, is back, but he has his work cut out for him, Yudi. He has to actually go into Roseau, turn around, come back to this area there. As you say, it's about almost 10 kilometers away from the lead between here and Koaf.
Yeah, just to think like an athlete, Scotty.
Yeah.
If you recognize, Koaf was a bit fast, almost time trial mode when he was coming back. And I'm saying that he probably am trying to get into his mind, wanting to get to the turning point before he sees his next competitor. Because since he has met Marius just for the earlier stage, we saw him get out of the saddle and accelerated. We have not seen him done anything magical. What I probably was hoping was that to help Gibson as a teammate, not necessarily a Street Falcon teammate, but a national cyclist teammate, was to go in front to break the wind, because right now he is actually drafting on Marius. And I probably would wish that he would be the one leading, breaking the wind, and allow Marius to draft behind him to give him a little bit of energy, because soon he too is going to be on his own. And we're now seeing Koaf going ahead. Let's see if it is an intention for them to work together, because Marius is actually increasing his cadence there to stay with Koaf. If he is riding a smart race, he cannot beat Koaf. So he should not be looking to get ahead of Koaf. What he should be doing is trying to absorb or to conserve as much energy by drafting from Koath. And if inexperience might make him get to want to go ahead of Koath, which is a very bad thing to do at that stage of the race. But let us see if he is smart enough. If you can see him, he is in a softer gear than Koath because his cadence are a little bit higher than that of Koath. And as he rides, no, being in a low cadence there now has a benefit. It's less pressure on the muscles. However, it is also an increase on your heart rate because you're spinning more. So it can bring you into a state of fatigue much faster in terms of cardiovascular fatigue. But we're now seeing him going in front for no apparent reason. And so you're wondering if he is going through a thinking process in that race so he could be able to finish. Because I would want to think that like Koath, he is hoping to get back to the Kenfield Airport roundabout, and then I'm sure Koath has spoken to him, and Koath is increasing his speed and is leaving him down, Scotty. So he's not benefiting. He's not benefiting from that. Koath has gone back into his time trial mode to increasing his time, and Gibson is unable to follow Koath.
Koath Baron is taking the lead and is heading towards the final finish point. He's just under the Wavin Cock area where there's a big ravine coming down through here, and it ends up in the Caribbean Sea. There's a mechanic shop on the left-hand side. As we pass through the area heading towards Fockley, Koath decided that he gonna be finish his race and finish it strong. So he's heading again towards the finish line, UD, and he's riding comfortably on his way to victory here.
Yes, Scotty, I wished that Marius would have stayed with Koath a bit, and maybe just get into a higher gear so you could go faster on the flat. But Marius really is not a sprinter. He is truly a climber, and maybe that's the reason that we are seeing Koath being able to move, because Koath's separation is because from the rest of the field of athletes in Dominica is because of his varying abilities. He can climb, but he can also sprint, and so he can keep a sustained speed for a long period. And then we saw that characteristic in his makeup stepping up as he drops Marius. Koath is now just in view of the finish line, so we can say to the timers that you can come out in celebration to the fans at the finish line and the timers to really get there to get the time. And if you have cameras taking it, you can also do that, because Koath is on the final 75 meters as he makes his way to the finish line. And Scotty,
Koath now
Koath,
just approaching the finish line, and he is down, crossing the line.
Done. So we
congratulations to Koath Baron from Rooster winning that race here. Are you going to be? Yeah.
We should have stayed first to go with Marius. So Koath has finished, and we can see my boy, one of the biggest supporters of Koath. We can see they're celebrating Koath's victory. It's almost fait accompli in that sense. But we're now going to continue with our focus on Gibson Marius. Koath will get some time to do his warm down before we do some interviews. But Marius is in second place, comfortably that is. And he is making his way to the Easy Lowbrack Bridge, where he will make the right turn onto the West Bridge and will make his move back, head back north to the Kinfield Airport before coming to finish at the Marboy's Bar. But between us, I don't know if you put your water. Between us are a number of vehicles as road users form part of this parade. So we're gonna have to bear some patience.
See him before.
So we're just making the turn there in the corner by ACS 711, ATS Pottersville, and in view of the Isilo Black Bridge, where Gibson Marius will be making the right turn head west and make the turn onto the West Bridge heading north.
Well, Maris has just entered the Low Black Bridge and is looking to turn left, to turn right actually. So he could go into this Mao bus stop area, Mao St. Joseph bus stop area.
All right, to give us an idea of the time Coaf took to complete this circuit, it took him 3 hours, 32 minutes, and 51 seconds. That is the official time. That is the official time for Coaf's completion of the race. And Marius is now heading north as we make the turn onto the West Bridge. He's heading north.
Marius, I say now in the Pottersville area, turn sharply into that turn into Pottersville. And heading back towards my boy, and from my boy he has to go down to Kinfield, roundabout at the airport, make a turn there and come back up.
We saw a signal. I'm not sure if he's signaling the bus that is in front of him or if he's signaling his support vehicle, but there's the bus. And as we get into Roseau, we got a little bit of congestion in the traffic. And Marius is looking to keep his velocity at a maximum, and that is comfortable, that he'll be able to sustain it. Will he be able to go into the time trial mode? Because the way we look at the velocity that he's traveling at about 38 kilometers per hour right now, Scotty. And it gives us an idea. He was unable to keep up with Coaf. So that speaks volumes at the speed that Coaf was actually traveling when the two were together.
Well, is Marius in this race for second position. We're looking at some other riders. We haven't seen the rest of the other cyclists. I would say the competition really basically between Marius and Baron. Marius is really the rising star. He has won 3 races so far for the year. And he was the guy I say that really could put some competition on Baron, but it looked like he still has to build some of his strategies and his tactics, and he's a good climber, Yudi, but on the flat, I still think he has to have some more speed, build up the amount of momentum and speed so that he can be moving quicker.
The truth is, Scotty, he's very new to the sport. I think he burgeoned on the scene in 2023. Yeah. And to see in just 2 years what he has been able to achieve, it's tremendous. He is now working with a coach in May Etienne. And we can only hope that he improves on his performances and be able to, because as a coach, one of the things that we do is we look at people's strengths and weaknesses and do that kind of analysis. And also we also do gap analysis as well in terms of what are the tools that he needs and what are the tools that he's lacking. And his ability to ride at a high speed level, right now he is really not at just about 30 kilometers per hour. At the elite level, you have to be able to up that speed and be able to maintain that speed. Yeah, and so those are areas that they would have to be able to work on, to assess, and to get him to do it better if he is to really stand out and step out. But
What is the time of co-op?
Koaf finished the race in 3 hours 32 minutes and 51 seconds.
Seconds, so-
But to give us his split when he was at the turn at
Turn
Cabridge,
point, so
he
Cabridge.
got to Cabridge in 1 hour and 31 minutes.
1 hour 41
That
minutes.
for me
Yeah.
is real speed for somebody who is in a cycle, in a bicycle.
Why he
So-
almost did it in the in terms of the timing, almost the same between the going and the coming, almost in the same amount of time. Because after he was able to do it 1 hour and 14 minutes to reach Cambridge and then to go back to Roseau. According to what you said there.
No, that is he.
No.
He
No,
3 hours.
3 hours.
3 hours. He do it
3 hours.
42 minutes. He
Okay.
take 42 minutes more than
Because he kind of was
an
not
extra half hour.
As you say, he was in discomfort on his way back from the Cambridge turn. So I wonder whether that really set him back in terms of his timing. Because he did the first leg quite quickly to reach Dr. Portsmouth. But Marius is looking to get some water, some lubrication, wet up himself and try and stop off all this heat on his body. As he heads towards the turning at Canefield Airport. We're going to go around the roundabout and come back up. Again, we have not seen any competitor on the route yet. As Marius in second position, while looking for a third position or fourth position, I'm yet to see anybody.
Yes, Scotty. I was just paying attention to how the benefits and the importance of team cycling. Marius is a lone rider for his team, and we're looking at him having to carry water, and he's carrying water in his jersey.
I think I would.
He's carrying water in his jersey, and because there's only one spot on the bicycle's frame.
Like a
Now,
water.
if you have a team, and you're in that circumstance where to make you lighter, you don't carry the water with you, especially when you're climbing the hills, then you get them coming from. You know, it's much easier, and we saw him.
But yeah, there was a support team with him. There was supposed to be a support team.
He has a support car. I'm talking about when you're riding as a team. Street
the
Falcons has Levi Barron, Koaf Barron, Chester Later, Philip Eugene. All these are Street Falcons, and I think Isel Green maybe is a Street Falcon. If you're going into a national race and you have these individuals, the size of your team as 5, then you can strategize when the competition is close. You know, there's no great parity in the competition. Marius, on the other hand, he's by himself, and so he has to carry all his water. He has to carry all his energy drinks on his own. And seeing that you cannot use the vehicle from the time you leave in Layo, then he's in a situation where he has to pack up like this. Imagine having a bottle, increasing your weight when you have to climb up those hills. Do you get where I'm coming from? So I think we really need to improve and increase the number of cyclists that we have participating in these national races, so we can have a true team spirit and for us able to witness the team aspect of cycling, because it truly is a team sport. Because sometimes you will see the person who is up front and fastest riding quickly. Really and truly, they're not doing that for themselves. They're going all out to put their teammate who's at the back in a better position towards the end for you to be able to sprint. Because really and truly, those long distance races there are not won in the middle of the races. They are won at the end of the race. And what you do up front to prepare for you to get the strongest rider to get the outburst that you need is what really matters. And that is why I was hoping that Koath and Marius probably would have worked to be able to stay with each other and to get that kind of a support, because these are going to be national cyclists. I am not seeing Dominica having a national team going out and not seeing Gibson Marius as our second best rider. I am not seeing it. Albeit Ajani is not, and I'm talking in the context that Ajani is not participating now. If and when we have a national team ready, Ajani is ready to compete, then we have to say we're ranking between the two, Ajani and Koath, and Marius as third. But it'd be nice to see them working together in a context of the race. And if you are listening, Gibson Marius is trying to get the attention of his support car. Are you close? If you are close, then you need to get up front. He's trying to get attention. We're now seeing Levi Baron just passing in the Old Mill area. So I'm wondering if Marius will be able to get through. But if you are listening in the car, Gibson put up his hand a few times from by the auto trade area. So maybe he's trying to get your attention to get ahead.
Marius continues to pedal his way down, heading towards the Old Mill area. I can see some Sarah haze those in my foreground there. The sun is still shining brightly in the Canefield area. Beautiful flowers, hedges on my left, I can see a number of red and pink, all sorts of different coloration.
Of the bougainvillea.
Bougainvillea plant.
That plant is it blooms all year round, Scotty. Yeah. And it's a wonderful plant, very pretty. If you're looking to lift up the ambience in your yard or the aesthetics in your yard, you can take a bougainvillea plant. And Dominica has a multiple colors. There's the yellow, different shades of pink. There's the burgundy, there's the red, there's the white.
Yeah. Just beautiful arrangements of flowers here. As they actually lines the Canefield Airport area. But Mario's been obstructed by a vehicle, but I think he's get away. He continues to pedal his way up to the finish line now. So I think he's be looking for the second position.
He's not looking for it. He's definitely second, even if he stop and walk. But he just, when he got out of the saddle, it was merely accelerating after he was slowed down by the pickup that was driving in the middle of the road and driving really slowly, and so he had to re-accelerate. But I'm wondering if he has what it takes, because Levi seemed to be laboring. I'm wondering if he has what it takes to actually catch up with Levi, say in the Wavincook area, because he seems to be riding faster than Levi on the flat. But Levi maybe just put it on to not want him to catch up. You know when you're riding. Have you ever been to a track and field meet with amateurs and they're doing the long distance? When they see somebody coming, they accelerate heavy. That may just be the reaction that we get from Levi.
Right.
But Marius is making his way back, heading south. He has gone through the turn at the Canefield Airport and is now on the southern tip, on the southern end of the Canefield Airport in the budget area, approaching that bridge that will take us across to the
Big W.
Rosenhof constituency by the Big W and the Auto Trade, which is the largest car dealership in Dominica.
When Marius is crossing the Brolly Lake River, actually you have a major lake up there called Bury, and that's the river that it feeds to. And as you cross into the Canefield, lower part of Mont Daniel, as you say, Big W is on the right, on the left is the Auto Trade dealership, car dealership, and we're heading now up the Wood Road to Roseau, going south passing all these filling stations, Ruby's, Texaco. You can always say about Westing's oil. So PH Williams on the right hand side, major block in making factory, and Jacko's feed. Rudy, if you're a farmer, you can get your different products there from Jacko Feeds.
Yes, Scotty, but I'm paying attention to the approach that Marius is taking. He's into a time trial mode right now. And we see him. One of the things that is lacking, he has the cadence. Going. He is in a higher gear than he was when he was with Koath. That's for sure. He probably just dropped the gear a little bit so he could get some increased cadence. But he's in time trial mode, hoping to catch up. He's trying to get into an aerodynamic space. But we can see fatigue for sure, because he goes in to try to get rest from the handlebar, and then comes back up.
Yeah.
And so it is suggestive of the fact that he is a little bit fatigued, but more so determined. When you can look at the way he is moving in this final stretch as he makes his way under the Kenfield Cliff, Scotty.
Yeah, Marius at least is a good rider. He's a steady rider. He has good head, thinking head on his shoulders. He continues to work. As you say, he's very strong on the ascent going uphill. But I think on the flat way, he has maybe to work on his game there. Build some more muscles down there for this flat area. What do you think?
All right, Scotty, we're just getting some notes there that we may have missed. Isel Green, he just passed the finish line, making his way into Roseau. So he actually is third. Levi Barron, who we passed at the Old Mill in Kenfield, he is actually fourth. So Isel Green is in third place. We are unable to see Levi Barron, but we will definitely get some information as to when he passes the checkpoint that is at the finish line. So Kurnish, keep the information coming. Thank you for the information that is so valuable.
Yeah, because we need a drone, Rudy, so we can see that race properly.
And we've just been informed that Levi is just about passing the finish line, making his way into Roseau. So Levi Barron and Isel Green, two Street Falcons, they are in third and fourth position. Will they be able to make it a race between themselves? And just to give us an idea of an update as to the time so far of that race, Kurnish. But certainly, Scotty, Gibson Marius will probably need to up in his game the cadence and the space that he's going to need to be an elite cyclist when he's on the flat. He has it when it comes to climbing. He has it.
Yeah. It's very light, so you get a good climber. But on the flat now, he needs to maybe learn how to use his pedal to his advantage. He can also be a good rider on the flat. So he's not heavy. You understand? But you have to have your technique and get it right. As Mario's heading towards the finish line, he's in second position. I would say looking to be in second, but he is in second position. I don't think there's no worry about that. No competitor close to him, and he keeps working his way forward as he's heading towards my boys bar at the finish line here.
About 200 meters from the finish line.
Yeah, in the
and
Woodbridge
he's
area.
out of the saddle and trying to accelerate heavily, trying to get as much time, cut as much time in the lead. But certainly Koath is a long way ahead of Marius.
Yeah, you go again. It's just about 10 meters away and it's going to cross the finish line. Now, all Marius here in the second position. Gibson Marius, the guy who won 3 races so far in the Caribbean event and is going forward with getting placed in second position, and we still heading down towards the to follow those other guys down there. Steve, we look at make that turn there.
So we can see Isel Green coming.
Steve.
Isel Green is now at the Goodell Secondary School by the Pottersville Savannah, and he is heading north. He is ahead of the 4th place Levi Baron.
Okay, coming. Yeah, go with it here. Making a turn to see whether he can follow Isel Green in the third place position, I think, as we trying to complete this race here, the elite section of the race. Koa Baron has already gotten the first place. The second place there was Gibson Marius, and what was that? Isel Green looking to get the third position.
But just to give us an update, Scotty, and the information and the updates that we're getting from the finish line, Gibson Marius, he finished the race in 3 hours 54 minutes and 2 seconds as compared to Koaf's 3 hours 32 minutes. So that is actually half an hour more than Koaf. Now the Gibson split was an hour and 38 minutes as compared to Koaf's hour and 31 minutes. So Gibson was very close to Koaf on his way to Portsmouth. Koaf finished just a few minutes. That is the reason why we missed him. So when we made the turn, by the time we made the turn in Lagon, Gibson was already there and passing there. So that speaks volumes for the development of Gibson. Isel Green is now making his way. He is in the Fokole area, just passing the Domlec plant in Fokole, and he's heading back to the Canefield Airport and back. So we have future in cycling, Dominica, Scotty.
Yeah, I think the future is bright because we have Gibson Marius. I think there's another Marius brother. I didn't see him on the circuit today. Another youngster. His brain is looking like he's clutching at his waist. The waist program as he pedals his way down under this Mount Daniel cliff. And you have Ajani Kazim, who has not participated in any race for this season. I know he's quite a good rider, a lot of potential. What? Flat tire?
A fan belt or something. the people by the Marboys area to come and assist us a bit. We have a little situation down by the Wapping area, and that is the broadcast team. So please come and check us out there by the Wapping area. We have few people. They broadcasted on. Yes, so just want to let you know that we are having a situation as a broadcast team, and so we apologize for the slight break in the transmission. But we can also tell you that there are few individuals that have been registered as DNF, did not finish the race. Desmond Prosper, Chester Layton, and Ezekiel Roye. These individuals, they have all been dropped out or swept off the route. And so the race really is between the other four guys. Koaf Baron finishing first in 3 hours and 42 seconds. And still on the route are in third place Isel Green of the Street Falcons and Levi Baron also of the Street Falcons. So this is where we are looking for the support vehicle for the broadcast team so we could get back to the finish line to really get some interviews there with the guys who have already finished in Gibson Marius in second place and Koath Baron in first place. Green, he is making his way to the finish line, and he is by the Fokole is Stefan Carbon. Stefan Carbon, he is from the Trafalgar Cycling Club. I'm not sure the exact name, but he and Gitz Marius, they would have come on the scene at the same time. And now we're seeing the separation of these two individuals. Stefan, the better sprinter, but Stefan, the better sprinter, but Gitz Marius, the better climber and overall rider. So Marius is in second place. In third place should be Issel Green. Issel Green is about finishing. He is now in the port area, heading towards the finish line. And we have Ronald Charles, one of the individuals that have not finished the race. So there's a fourth person that is registering a DNF. Ronald Charles, Chester Leighton, Ronald Charles, Chester Leighton, also Desmond Prosper, and one other individual that we will give you that information in a while. Yes. And we're just making our way to the finish line where we could do some interviews, Scotty, with the athletes.
Yes, good. 1-2-1-2. This afternoon we're speaking to Kwa Baron, the winner of the race, the national what do you call it, the national cycling race. Kwa, how are you feeling today?
I can feel better, but all in all, I'm good. I'm good.
So I see that you had no competition like the last time you raced that race from Portsmouth the last 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago you had a race to Portsmouth. Okay. Yeah, we are speaking to Kwav and the winner of this national race. Kwav, how are you feeling now about the race?
All in all, I mean, it was a good race. It was a hot race. Thank God for finishing it. I use this race as training. So when I go out for my international races, the legs wasn't feeling the best today, but I believe it has to do with my training for the past week. It was really intense. So probably today my legs were a little heavy, but all in all, I'm satisfied with the victory.
I saw you struggling if I don't know, you don't get cramps in your leg or what?
Yeah, the cramps were under my foot. I think I have to get new padding for inside my shoe. And I changed the gearing on my bike, so it's a bit harder. So I still getting used to it. So, but it was still good. Yeah.
But generally, how you think about the races? Your competitors, they were not there. I was looking for some of them in the foreground, and I could see none of them. You had maybe lap them by about 10, 15, 20 meters, kilometers.
Um, yeah, I mean, all I have to do is just continue training and they will get there. I was once at a certain level, continue training and I step, I still stepping up. So yeah, all I have to do is continue and hopefully one day they'll be able to force me.
So what is the next move for Co after? What's the next move for you?
Um, the next move is in Anguilla, John in Anguilla. So that's the next race I plan to go out and do.
When are they be taking place?
July 4th to the 6th.
Well, I wish you all the best and congratulations on the victory here today.
Thanks a lot. Yep.
Yeah, I'm here speaking to Gibson Marius. He placed second in the national race here today. Marius, how do you feel about the race?
The race was hard usually. Go Pussy is not an easy race. Yeah, and we still had to do laps on the flats again. Yeah, that was make it extra hard for us because when we go Pussy, we know that we have the extra laps to do. That's when we have to take it a little bit easy, you know. Yeah, and when I reach on Espanol again, on the way back, my stomach started to trouble me.
Stomach problem.
Yeah, so I was going to give up, but I did not. I just kept going. Yeah, and then I make it second behind Co-op Baron.
Because I saw you done the first race in 1.48 minutes, 1 hour 48 minutes to reach first now.
The
On
first,
the way back, you spend much more time.
that was 128.
128?
Yes.
Okay. So we're hoping that you can learn from as you're growing up in this business.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
came in the scene around 2023.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I hope that you continue to work hard and push yourself
Thank you. I
to
will.
achieve your objective.
I will.
Yeah.
For sure. Thank you.
What do you gonna take a short break? Yeah, listeners, this is the national race that is just taking place. Almost 4 hours of riding, and we're gonna be taking a short break as we wait for the third winner, the winner placing number 3 in the race.
y'all so much for tuning to the Also City 2025 Soca Mix. So many people have been asking for the Soca Mix, for the vibe, for the bacchanal, for the energy. It's finally here. Everybody, if you like the video, please give this video a big thumbs up and join the family. Hit that subscribe button. Beautiful people out there, beautiful Dead Sea. Oh my gosh, one of the most beautiful places I've ever been. I can't wait to go swim in the water. I'm so excited. Beautiful people, if you're not already, make sure you follow Also City on Instagram right now. OSOCITY. And while you're Instagram, make a couple videos of you listening to this mix and tag me. Put the biggest smile on my face. I want to see you guys from all over the world listening to the mixes. So let me know where you listen to the Soca Mix from. If you're not already, people, make sure you follow us on Spotify. So much reggae music coming out on my Spotify. So follow us on Spotify right now at OSOCITY. You don't know, bringing the energy, bringing the vibes. You don't know Soca Day 2025 here in the Dead Sea. Right now with my brother, Show Me Laka, one of the maddest photographers.
Yeah, my name is Dominica. My Instagram is SHLOMINAKH. You can follow me. You can do everything. My brother also is here.
I have to make you guys serve.
Yo. Wait, say it again? Go, yeah.
Yes, good evening, or good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let us continue to thank all those who made it possible for this race to take place today. Of course, our platinum sponsor, Dominica Olympic Committee, our gold sponsors, KFC Dominica, Ronald Charles and Associates, of course, Josephine Gabriel and Company Limited, HHV Whitchurch and Company Limited, HMS I Center Inc. Thank you so much. Our silver sponsors and partners, that would include Fresh Market, Auto Trade Limited, AC, Shillingford and Company Limited, Daily Fresh Local Juices, Greens Wholesale Limited. Our other sponsors include, of course, Fine Foods Inc., Macmillan Filling Station, Jungle Bay Resort, and Quick Care Pharmacy. Special thanks again to Kyrie FM. Thank you. Of course, the Dominica Police Force and the guys at the Traffic Department. Of course, Sergeant Bellot, thank you for your professionalism and to continue to assist us through the chief, Mr. Cobbett. Thank you so much for what you do. Of course, we want to also thank Richie Farrell, Media Services. Thank you. Of course, St. Alfonso Scout Troop, Marboyd, one of our main sponsors, Marboyd, Fruits and Flowers Plus, Q95, Pioneer Athletics Club. For the first time, thank you so much, Mr. Cedric Harris, for helping us out in the timing. God bless. And of course, all the volunteers, the support vehicles, coaches, and all those who made it possible this afternoon, or we could say this morning. Ray Charles, of course, Henderson Gustav. I want us to recognize Henderson Gustav. Henderson, where are you now? Henderson not there? Henderson Gustav. Oti, one of the volunteers that have done many, many races and continue to assist us. Of course, the commentators from Kyrie FM, Mr. Udi John and Mr. Scotland, thank you so, so, so much for doing what you do for the wider region and for Father's Day. For you to take half of your Father's Day and come and do this, it means that you're a true father in soul and spirit. All right, and of course, St. Alfonso Scout Troop. And yes, you see, Richie Farrell, Media Services, this man, thank you. We will see much more of you. And of course, thank you for all those who made it possible, because the Red Cross services, thank you. I know that you had a full crowd in the way, on the way back to Marboyd, because a lot of fellas got cramp in their stomach. Yes, Marboyd, I didn't get a cramp, I got a cramp. It passed already. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go straight into the presentation. And let's go. Thank you. We're going to go straight into it. Of course, a representative from the executive, Daddy Chess, come close to assist. And Adele, come close. You're part of it too. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, before we, let us do the juniors. Before we do the juniors, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for our sole female rider who made it to Lion back in 1 hour, 12 minutes, 51 seconds, and I see another 57 something. Put your hands together for Rachel Semper. Of course, Adele, do the honors. Right. Good. And you see the shoe looking, Rachel, remember when I said it? I said it on Father's Day 2025 and approximately 1:45 in the afternoon by Marboyd. You will go places. You will go places. Just have some patience. Put your hands together for Rachel Semper. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the juniors results. Of course, come fellas, come. Elroy Carlton in second position. Come forward from the St. Joseph Club. Yes, you're looking good. Yes, good. Second position, excellent. Adele, do the honors. Very, very good. Excellent. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, don't go yet, stay there. You have to take a little photo shoot. And Eugene, make sure you're taking that. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for first position. The man himself, Ross Zempa from the Road Sprinters Club. Yes, I. Go middle. Yes, I. Colio and back, and he did it in 2 hours and 22 minutes. Put your hands together. And of course, Elroy Carlton did it in 2 hours and 52. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going places. Put your hands together for the juniors. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Take a bow. Now we're going to do a special presentation, and we'll call on the Vice President of the Dominica Cycling Association, Mr. Chester Daddy Chess. He too didn't make it.
Yeah, good afternoon all. We have a special presentation. No. Those who didn't make it not getting nothing today. Yes, so for those of you who don't know, so I have to give the explanation so that we can all be aware and on the same page. So this was a national race where every federation across the globe does a race just like this. Some did it today, some did it last week, some did it last month. We all have to do this special race before the end of June. So it is called a national race for a reason. And with the national race, only nationals can be part of the results and official ceremony. And these results go to our official governing body, right? So having said that, a St. Lucian can be part of the race, a Bajan can be part of the race, anybody can be part of it, but they can't be part of the official results and what we need to send to our governing body. So this afternoon, we had one of our riders who is not a national. He did exceptionally well. He's not a national, so he could not be part of the official results. However, we are going to recognize him for his efforts. And this young man is none other than Gitson Marius. Where's Gitson? No, stand up on top there. So this young man, we're hoping that very soon that you will carry a local passport and you can represent us out there as well. And we just want to recognize you for your efforts, not only today but for the whole season. And you did exceptionally well today. It was a very hot day. I think all of us were affected, but you did an exceptional job. You crossed the finish line second, but unfortunately for the national race, you can't be part of the ceremony, but we are going to recognize you because we can't let this go unnoticed, and we want to just tell you, keep on doing what you're doing, keep the passion going, keep the love of the sport, and it will do dividends for you. Ladies and gentlemen, Gitson Marius.
All right, thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to continue the presentation for the 2025 National Cycling Road Race. Ladies and gentlemen, in third position, he did it in 1 hour and 48 minutes. Put your hands together. 1 hour? That can't be right. 4 hours. He said split. Okay, his checkpoint at Cabritz, he did it at 1 hour and 48 minutes. So that was very, very good, Mr. Barron. Put your hands together for the man himself, Levi Barron. All right, third position. Adel, do the honors. Yes. I was feeling sorry for him, so I gave him the win. Good. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the man himself, Levi Barron, and of course, our young lady Adele Charles doing the honors. Thank you. Okay, and now, ladies and gentlemen, in second position, put your hands together for the man Green. He did it He reached his first checkpoint in 1 hour and 47 minutes. And ladies and gentlemen, he did the race in 4 hours and 11 minutes. Put your hands together for the man himself. All right, thank you. Your little trophy and the one. Yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and now for the result for the national champion, the man himself, the king of the road, the king of the hills, the king of the Rosa Valley, the king of the jurisdiction, the king of all kings. Put your hands together for the man himself, Koaf Baron, who did it in 3 hours. Hold on, let me make sure I get it right. Ladies and gentlemen, he did it. He did it in 3 hours and 32 minutes. Put your hands together for the man himself, Koaf Baron. Yes. And give him his ring, right? Give him the trophy and this. Make sure you change it after Friday. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Put up the trophies. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to all the sponsors. Of course, let us continue to thank all those who made it possible. The Dominica Olympic Committee, KFC Dominica, Ronald Charles and Associates, Josephine Gabriel and Company Limited, HHV, Whitchurch and Company Limited, MSI Center Inc., of course, Fresh Market, Auto Trade Limited, AC Shillingford and Company Limited, Daily Fresh Local Juices, Green Wholesale Limited, Fine Foods, Macmillan Services, Jungle Bay, Quick Care Pharmacy, Kyrie FM, Dominica Police Force, the Red Cross, of course, all the volunteer cars, Richie Farrell Media Services Center, also called Troop, of course, the lady herself, Marboyd Bar, Fruits and Flowers, Q95, Pioneer Athletics Club, Mr. Cedric, thank you, you and your team, Ray Charles, Henderson Gustav, you see him? This is the man himself. Put your hands together for one of the hardest working volunteer in cycling. But what I going to give you, we're not putting that on TV. Put commentators, thank you. St. Alfonso Scout Troop, again, thank you. All the volunteers, all those who made it possible. God bless you. Happy Father's Day to all those who are fathers. But before we go, get the thing for the fathers. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to recognize some fathers. Yeah, we're going to recognize some fathers. So, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the man himself, Desmond Prosper. I don't know if Desmond is there. Okay. Well, where? Adele? Ready? All right, thank you. Laura, go get some. Thank you. And yes, of course. Thank you. Come. Desmond went and get his bike. But we will continue. All right. That's not a problem. We also want to. Yeah. Special thanks to Mr. Cedric. And of course, Mr. Cedric, we have a little token for you, your father. Could you bring one of the presentations to Mr. Cedric? That's fine. Thank you. Give him a little thing first. And then you can take all your Father's Day drinks if you wish. Adele, do the honors. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Adele Charles. She's extremely hard working in the executive, and she has put all of this and assist to put this together. Thank you. You can go on the podium because we want people to see you. Put your hands together for Mr. Cedric. Happy Father's Day from the Dominica Cycling Association. Thank you. Of course, we have another one to give away. Ladies and gentlemen, Happy Father's Day to the Vice President of the Dominica Cycling Association, Chester, later, Daddy Chess. Of course, thank you. Yes, I. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, we're moving fast. He has done it for us in more than one way. Put your hands together for the man himself, Steve Vidal. Happy Father's Day. Here come, yes, we're recognizing you. We're not easy, you know. Put your hand in, don't worry, I will deal with the rest. Just give him, take it to him. Come on here. We like to surprise people. Thank you for the hard work. You have carried our events many, many, many times. Happy Father's Day to you. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, let us do it again. Put your hands together for the man, Levi Baron. Happy Father's Day to you. And we know you like fruits, but we put a nanny in there. Don't drink it. All right. Thank you. Happy Father's Day. And Chess, one more to go. Come and do it for me.
Yeah. Happy Father's Day to the President of the Cycling Association, the same one and only Ronald Charles.
Thank you. Okay, we'd like everybody now, all those who receive the Father's Day gift, the trophies and all that, let's just take a photo shot so that, hello, don't forget me. I'm part of it. Here, let's go. Thank you. The cramp will come. Thank you, thank you. Of course, all right, thank you. Okay, all right, and Mr. Vidal, join us there with your little gift, and everybody, Gitson and the whole crew, the ladies come, everybody, all the volunteers, all right, Pioneer School, you all come, Pioneer Athletics, Gitson and all the, yes, come with your trophy, Mr. Russell, let us just do a big photo thing there. Yeah, everybody come in the mix. Come, young lady, just stand in front there. All right. Where's the rest of the athletes? Come quickly. Yeah, my partner Henderson, come. Of course. Come. No, come close. You've been helping us for many, many, many races. All right. But your gift is special. Me and you are talking after. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Happy Father's Day. May God continue to bless all of you. Get home safe. Until we meet again. Bye-bye.
That's it. That's how we conclude this afternoon's broadcast. Thanks again for staying tuned to the Genuine Sound of Kyrie FM from 8 o'clock, there about 9 o'clock this morning when we brought you live coverage of the National Race 2025. And we look forward to seeing you again, being with you again. Thanks for your support. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. Do stay tuned. We bring you live coverage of Charismatic Renewal Conference 2025 from the Goodwill Parish Hall in a little bit from now. So do stay tuned. Thanks again on behalf of our technicians who ensured that we brought you the best quality as usual. I am Steve Vidal. Taking it back to Master Control, doing it on behalf of Udi and Scotty who had previous engagements and had to leave. Good afternoon. Stay tuned.